Good day and good evening, and welcome to Savage Stream with me, Caetsu Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. Tonight, Reclears of M1 to 3S, and then more Prog on M4S. Hopefully we'll get a little bit further. Last time, we didn't get that much, we didn't get nearly as much time to Prog because life. But we did get more consistent with a few mechanics here and there. I also had a lot of connection issues last week, I believe, so hopefully it'll be better today. Oh. With that said, hey Nom Nom Nom, hey Kat, hey Jake, hey Matthew, hey Ceres, hey Giraheen, hey Shaq, hey Tristan, hey Ridley, hey Agent Monica, and hey Cranberry. Hope you're all doing very well. I don't know if there's anything else to say. We might just get on with it. We've actually, there is something interesting that we've ran into. It turns out that not a lot of jobs actually want the necklace from M1S. So we've started to reach the point where we're like, anyone want this? Anyone? Which is a little strange. Nice FFXIV and Hab. Hope you're doing well. Right. I'll just unmute on Discord now. Hello.
Hello.
Hey Fubuki. Hope you're doing well as well. Meowdy to you. I'll just start with this. Hey Coltrus. Hope you're doing well. Looks to be the case, Cat. That is strange. What's the difference with Cat's one? Wait, let me check something. Huh? Don't know why yours isn't working, Cat. Wish.com fireworks. That is weird. Anyway, let's. I'll do another ready check and let's get going. I need to turn that off. Cookie boost is going strong. Well, I have to override the cookie once we get inside, Jake. Phew. Well, the good news there, really, is that you can actually rewind the stream if you need to see it.
Never mind, I'm not gonna type it now.
What?
I was just about to type that for them. Forgot. Oh yeah, I can use a voice now.
Let's hope my keyboard does not die during this fight this week.
You'll be fine.
How's your keyboard been doing in the past week?
Oh, it's been doing fine.
Fine?
Yeah.
When you say fine, is it fine in the vein of how fine my mouse wheel works, where every time if I scroll a full round on it backwards, sometimes it just zooms in? Fine like that?
No, it did not have any issues since we killed Black Cat.
Oh, then it's probably fine.
Yeah. Was just the cat missing with my keyboard.
Yeah.
With my keyboard.
Hmm. Remember to put on your tank stance, by the way. And see if I remember how to play Savage with a good connection.
I hope you're ready to be ripped to shreds.
Our challenger's first opponent, Black Cat. Can they hold their own against our feline ferocity?
From my life 9, my soul I split.
Look alive,
Right
friends,
first.
Because this cat has 9.
Go forth, shadow of my heart. Try this.
Pairs? Uh-oh. Oh, man. That was weird. Did you take it a low?
Split.
Well, she doesn't hit that hard.
Remember, it's pairs. I was there thinking I needed to help Aradel with the dot, and then Sid nearly died. Yes, those are baited cones. Or you were thinking we're just eating them really in. I can take one. My ring!
Well, the ones that are not baited also give a damage down, so...
Hmm. Wink. That was nice.
From my life 9, my soul I split.
In is safe first.
Swiftly,
And it's west.
You're mincemeat.
That's east. Right, we're going to the center. Kinda. In is safe first. In first. TPS go first.
Yours, Grendel.
All right. Good shout.
What power? Looks like someone isn't
The
over
Viper LB is really nice. Nails? 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 Well then,
Nice.
Buster.
no tank buster.
It's all over.
Hey, let
Who
me just
even
check.
needs to do a tank buster properly?
I know, right? We don't even need to. Like, if we know for certain Raining Cats isn't coming afterwards, then I could just invuln that one. I'm pretty sure. Also, I saw a bunch of people come in the middle. Hope you're doing well.
No deaths. I think only one damage down during the quad crossing.
Yeah, from what I saw, there was one point where I think Ardell got hit by something that placed a dot. That's fine. No one died. I hope it didn't cost any damage for the healers, perhaps. And then there was a damage down on Naomi. I think it was a... the positional greed, is my guess. But yeah, that's pretty good. It's very nice. Right, so in terms of gear drops, Shaq wants the earrings, I want the bracelet, I know Giraheen and Milo wants the ring, I also want the ring, but I'm the only one who apparently still wants the bracelet, so I'll do that. Anyone that can go, well actually I know that I have like a third priority or fourth priority I want the necklace for.
What roles did need the necklace again?
I think
Let's
only
see.
2.
From what my notes say, tanks and ranged physical / Ninja Viper might be interested.
Let me quickly.
So
look
it
at
kind of boils
Ninja.
down to, do you care?
I already have one for tank, but I wouldn't mind it for range / ninja, but then that's really far off.
I also know Cat said that they didn't mind it for healing. Like, it wasn't Biz, but like, the Biz for healer is Tome. Might not have Tomes for healer anytime soon or something. I don't know. But yeah, if ultimately it boils down to, do you care about tank or ranged, tank or the Dex necklace, ultimately speaking? If yes, and you don't have them, you could need on it. Otherwise, then there could be a case for someone who goes, well, my Biz is far off in the distance because it's weekly tomestones. I could use this in the meantime, that would be nice. You could greed on it then. Does that sound good?
Fair enough.
So you just, like, feel with yourself. Do I want the tank necklace or the Dex necklace? If no, then you can just, like, you can initially pass. If you do, you can need. I don't think anyone's going to be mad about it, considering that there's very little interest in it. But if we start with the 3 items we do know people want. Shaq wants the earrings, so only Shaq needs on the earrings. I want the... I'm pretty sure I'm the only one that wants the bracelet, at least. If I'm listing these things and you're like, wait a minute, Kai forgot me. You just tell me, and then we take it from there. But for the bracelet, like I know I'm going a little bit quick through it. I should probably wait for everyone to figure out the earrings. What's up, Ham? I saw you randomly die. Shaq wanted the earrings, so Shaq should need on them. Anyone else has not passed anything yet? So below 3rd prio, right? So yeah, bracelet for me is a 3rd prio, but I can. I have a feeling that this is slowly unraveling to the point where we'll just do this. That I just said that. Well, if you know that you have a base somewhere, but for now we'll do this, since then we have a chance to like talk it over. For the earrings, is there anyone that has not yet clicked pass or anything? Here we go. Next we have the bracelet. That was me. Is it who is it that hasn't done anything with the bracelet? Do I need to do a ready check?
I did pass.
I passed.
I passed.
Someone has not done anything with the bracelet yet. Ham, have you?
I have.
Okay, it was Naomi. Again. Next, we have the ring, which is Giraheen and Milo. Giraheen and Milo.
Mhm.
Oh. Ah. Well, we'll see about it next week then, Naomi. How about... I can write... Never mind. Right, the necklace. As I said, if you can envision that there is like a best in slot or a secondary, third thing that like where you're like, you know, the best in slot is there and I might use it. You could need if you're like, I could use it, but it's not my best in slot, you can greed. I can say personally that I can't use any more necklaces at all. So, it ain't me. Cap wanted. Okay. We almost ran the entire time down. If Kai got any more necklaces, he would become an Ellison. Is that how it works? Smash cut to Aradil's gigantic collection of necklaces. With enough bling, you become Oriange. Is that how it works? Right. I still have this. Excellent. It can't follow his fate. A few weeks from now, suddenly my character just is an Ellison. And no one ever comments on it. It's just like, oh yeah, that's normal. Wouldn't it be funny if you could use markers for different arenas and it would just place them down anyway? Savage Bay says, how do you feel about the YouTube play on desktop being pink now? Clearly, it's YouTube being sorry for all of my streaming problems.
The Honeybee Lovely Show has begun.
I had a brain fart here, where for some reason wanted to face pull. I have not changed my macros. That's supposed to be pairs?
Pairs.
Submit to your lovely queens.
Pairs?
Here comes a fearsome venom strike!
That's a spread. Remember, it's a spread.
Hope you're ready for me to steal your heart.
Now to savor the sweet sting of Honeybee's charms.
Donut first.
Oh, she's definitely feeling you
Donut
now.
first.
Can the challenger resist the irresistible? I know I can't.
I'll make you mine.
Stacks can probably beyond it.
Probably. Remember to watch out for the hearts. Circle first, watch out for the hearts. Nice.
Is everyone having a good time? I'm having so much fun, aren't you? B is for brilliant.
What's this? Honeybee has changed her routine.
That's been a bit. I think since Ham got sniped by it.
We're just getting started.
Oh. I should probably have used reprisal for that. Let's pass. Can we get Naomi up again?
Can you get him?
Who's my obedient little
Cat?
bee?
Oh, you got him. Oh boy. That was a... It's pairs, by the way. It's pairs. Pairs. That was pretty amazing with the total chaos there, but I don't have a shake for this one. It was amazingly resolved with the chaos, everyone. Chaos.
No hard feelings if I kill you?
Spreads later. Thank you, Tate.
Careful now. This is very, very deadly.
Clockwise. That's going to be tough. Yep. The tank healer side is goofed. Completely.
This may sting a little.
What a clash! Neither side is willing to yield.
Ooh, what a delightful
spreads. This would be the time for LB, right?
We're just getting started.
Supports have the short fuse. It'll be pairs. Donut first. Support have the short fuse. Supports have the short fuse. Circle first. DPS have the fuse. A little early there, huh? Uh-oh. It's pairs. Pairs?
Your support means the world to me, everyone. B is for bait you to a bloody pulp.
Clock spots. Clock spots. First set is Ham and Naomi. Go. Second set is me and Sip. We go now. Sip.
Enough is enough. Trip off my stage.
Next set is Milo and Cat. Go. I don't have anything left. The last set is Shaq and Aerodel. Go. I'll just kill the boss.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. Very nice.
It's all over. Until next time.
That was pretty amazing, considering the amount of goofy mistakes we had. Like in the opener, I was fiddling with grabbing macros and stuff. We had multiple deaths. Nom 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 says, will Kai punch chaos in the face while jamming to Limp Bizkit? Well, Jack will. Now, whether I will is a different story. Right, in terms of loot time, let's see. Everyone except Giraheen wants Glaze for their secondary. And Shaq, Aerodel, Giraheen, and Cat wants Boots. I mentioned this in the in the Discord earlier. No one needs helmets or gloves for their secondary. So maybe we just do that here that we said on the necklace, where we say, well, if you have a beyond secondary that you're like, I want that for, then you can need on it. If you're like, I mean, I could use it. It's not my best, but I could use it for something, then you can greed on it. And of course, you only do this if you didn't win anything, right? Like, so we do glaze, boots, and then you like, I guess we do the helmet and then the gloves one at a time. So that we don't end up with one person getting like a bunch of stuff. Is that alright with everyone?
Yep.
Yep. Right, so first, the glaze. Everyone except Giraheen wants glaze for their secondary. Shaq wins that one. Second, we have the shoes, which is Shaq, Ardell, Giraheen, and Cat. Well, that minus Shaq, because Shaq won the glaze. So, Ardell, Giraheen, and Cat. Then we have the hat. If you can think of like, well, there is a base set that I want a hat for. You need. If you're like, I would like it, but it's probably not a base set, you just read on it. I know I have a bunch, like a few hats. I can't remember if I need one or two. I could use one or two, but I know I can use one. Healing hat as piety? Oh no. Oh my. And if you're like, I'm not sure, like now I'm a little late to say that, but if you're not sure, like quote unquote, whether your want qualifies, you can just say it. Like you just say, well, I would like it for so and so reason. Next we have the gloves. Same deal, but of course, if you already want something, then you pass. However, I would like to know before we all pass, is anyone greeting on the gloves? Like, needing or greeting? I just want to hear one. At least one.
Yeah.
One person.
Yep.
Alright. So, like, if... it would be so silly if we had... Like, exactly, Shaq. It's like... That's also why I'm trying my best to make sure we do things one at a time. Because... it would be so sad if gear just went to waste. Because we didn't check enough. Right, so the Universal Tombstone... Anyone that doesn't have one yet, that wants one?
I still have one.
I have one, and I have enough for one more, and I'm just holding that currency to buy, like, multiple when the Alliance raid comes out.
Same.
Right. Yeah, exactly, I think I have two in the same way Ham says. Also that Fubuki, exactly, we can't even desync them. No, Cinnamon, we've just finished M2S. We're continuing onwards to M3S and then M4S. So he pass. Hope you good luck with that. You know, we're not even close to done, Cinnamon. There's a very likely chance that we'll be continuing for several hours. Still haven't fixed that. Oh well. Sally says, man, I wish my reclears were that consistent. I mean... Somehow we make it through with the total chaos. Ching! Also, food check.
Blow you to smithereens. The brute bomber has muscled his way into the ring.
I've definitely done pulls on M4 too much. I'm pulling them in the exact same way. It's wrong. I realize it's wrong the moment that that I like turn the boss.
Even I felt that one. Oh, but the challenger's still standing.
Spreads and a circle. Spreads and a circle. Uh-oh. Should we just... It's pairs and a proximity. Should we just wipe and go again?
Sure.
Wipe and go again. It's a bit early. My meds.
I'll blow you to smithereens.
There we go.
The brute bomber has muscled his way into the ring. Even I felt that one. Oh, but the challenger's still standing.
Spreads and a circle. Spreads and a circle. Pairs and proximity. Pairs and proximity. Boo. Oh. Nice.
Don't mind me. Throat's a bit parched.
Banned compound detected. Combatant disqualified.
Out of the way, tin can! My word, he just assaulted the referee! The scoundrel.
He just salted the referee.
No more distractions!
Pears and a donut. Pears and a donut. Spreads and a knockback. Spreads and a knockback. I almost took 0 damage.
Ho ho! Chain deathmatch! There's no escaping those adamant things.
Spreads in a circle, spreads in a circle.
You should know that I have a short fuse.
DPS have the short fuse. DPS have the short fuse, Aradel.
Oh my! The challenger went down hard.
That's pairs and proximity.
They're still in it, but for how long?
Can we recover from this?
Hack against it.
This is going to be a blast.
Ooh, this is going to be tough.
No, it's going to be a blast.
Also that, supports have the short fuse. Ham. Check. Sip. Milo. Naomi. Cat. Erdal. Nice recovery.
I need something fiery. The fruit bomber is embiggening himself. Get ready for
It'll be spread.
explosion of pain.
1,
Oh, kaboom!
Two.
I'm on body and special.
3, 4, out. And in. Ready for the knockback. Remember, it'll be spreads. Nice.
And they're done. Is it over already?
That is spreads and a knockback. Spreads and a knockback. Spreads.
They're back on their feet. What creature
All aboard. Pears and a donut. Pears and a donut. I think we're going to have a death. Oh, somehow not. Did you use your invuln for that, Ham?
Yes.
And then we have to do it properly, and I don't know if I have cooldowns for that. You'll see in a minute.
For some reason my brain was in M2 mode where I don't need my invuln for anything.
We'll take it when we get there. Watch the lariat. Uh-oh. Save side.
Beautifully dodged.
Sorry about that.
No worries. We're ready for it.
I can't lose. I won't.
That's nice.
It's all over. Until next time.
Again, we had a pretty goofy pull, and somehow it worked out. Right. And also, that turns out that he takes like exactly 2 minutes between those knuckle sandwiches. So my damnation was ready again, just in time.
He takes about 2 minutes between all of his tank busters, so both tanks can have a big mitigation.
Oh, right. I never needed that information before, so that's why I never noticed. Right, in terms of gear, let's see. Me, Shaq, Giraheen, and Aradel needs the twine for main. And let's see, Shaq, Milo, and Aradel needs the weapon upgrade. Let's start with the twine. After that, we have chests and pants, and there are people that want both for their secondaries. So that's a little bit easier. So first, the twine is me, Shaq, Giraheen, and Aradel. Shaq wins the twine. Then we have Milo and Aradel on the weapon upgrade. That's the solvent. Milo and Aradel. Milo gets that. Then for the secondaries, we have me, Ham, and Cat on the chest. Because Shaq won something before. You know, it could be worse, Ham. You could be rolling really well, and then someone else just rolls better. That has been some of my experience tonight, at least. Who has not done anything with the chest? And then we have, well, actually, Milo won the upgrade, so Sip is on the pants. That's just Sip. Hey Kyle, I actually say my name at the start of every stream, Caetsu Chaiji. And also, I also say that you can just call me Kai, so, you know. Now to one pull M4S, could you imagine?
We have seen like 2 mechanics from phase 2, so...
Yeah, I am actually surprised that both for M2 and M3 we had very crazy whoopsies, and somehow it kind of worked out anyway.
Funnily enough, this is also the first week where we won. Oh no, wait, we didn't one pool. Never mind. Thought we
Well,
one pooled everything. But
we almost did.
apart from the 2 wipes.
Sorry for what, Aradel?
Oh, no problem, Aerodel. It's fine.
Or what's wrong?
Things too perfect.
Which oopsie was that? Was that on M1? Well, the thing is, Corsair, is that we're not quite seeing Phase 2 consistently. We're seeing it, but we're still working on the consistently. Oh, the fuse thing, right. Well, that's fine. I think that was what happened, Ham. I'm pretty sure that was what happened. We had the pair stacks, and then somehow Sip just survived it alone. Wow, I sold Aldgoat horns. Amazing. Money get. That sense I need to clean up my blacklist. What happened? And then there's also what we've been told, Kosawa, is that Phase 2 is supposedly a lot easier than Phase 1. So if we can get there consistently, we'll get, like, we might progress a lot faster. But that's the hard part. The age-old selling Outgoat horns for that random crafter that levels the old way. Or there's also the possibility that there's a random craft no one makes that requires Outgoat horns, and there's a live quest or something. That's usually what leads me to buy something weird. It's like, oh, I want to complete this unique live quest. Oh, no one's selling the item. How do you make it then? Oh. That's a weird recipe. Of the people I had to blacklist this year that had no clear clue what they were doing. I could see the problem. I have heard cases, a lot of cases, like stories of people saying that they have, you know, people that join a group that they're not, like, for a fight, they're not, like, for a part in the fight they're not ready for. Like, that's a problem. And for M4S specifically, I would say that there are certainly mechanics just in phase 1 that are difficult and confusing enough that you could have gotten past a specific mechanic a dozen times and still goof it up later. Right, I'll just start doing ready checks to see if everyone's back and ready again. Yeah, under an hour for reclears. It's pretty good. M4S groups quizzing joiners on Sunrise. Exactly, Fubuki. Like, there is a difference between someone legitimately being, you know, a douche and skipping mechanics and then, like, holding up the group, and just being really unlucky. Or just, like, suddenly having a brain fart. We had this on M3S sometimes, where, like, we would do a lot of pulls and things were fine, and then we had, like, 5 pulls in a row where someone just kept missing on the triple knockback. And if you were in Party Finder and that happened, then there's a possibility that after you do it twice in a row, someone leaves and blacklists you. It's a possibility. Skippity sunrise. Yep, everyone is back. I think. I believe the logic there, Pass, is if you feel like every group you join, people are just goofing up that mechanic, you know exactly how to do it, but the people in the group just don't do it, so you haven't been able to see, like, the mechanic that follows immediately after, but you've looked at guides, it looks pretty fine, and you think you can do it. Sometimes it is fine to skip that mechanic if you're absolutely sure, but, you know, that's something you have to decide, because you're to blame if you know, overreach. Yes? What are you doing, Sib? A flip. Right, everyone jump.
Whee!
If Sib jumped off a building, would you do so too? Well, this is technically not a building. If Zip jumped off a sci-fi super magical platform in space, would you do that too?
This is not in space.
Right. But what if it was in space?
This is nothing personal, but I must
It isn't.
have your soul.
But it could be.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
Oh, right.
What?
If one needs wings,
No, I was like, oh, I forgot my pot. I was like, oh no, we don't need it here yet.
Not yet.
Could use some. No, keep the
Back.
economy growing.
Back. Front. DPS bait. DPS bait in. Splat.
And they're done! Is it over?
Healer's bait, and it's a donut. Healer's in a donut.
They're back on their feet! What grit?
Healer's in a donut. Tanks in a circle. Range in a donut. Melee's in a circle. Nice.
there is no limit.
Cardinals.
He's gathering ether, but to what end?
Is that 1 and 2?
1 and 2 I saw.
Yep. 1 and 2. 2 and spreads. 2 and spreads. Clock spots.
How's this?
Spread positions. Oh,
Oh my! The challenger went down hard.
I'm guessing we're dead.
Very.
Well, I didn't say I had a solution. Ah, it's Captain Foresight. He's here to save the day with his superpower of being able to tell exactly like 2 seconds into the future. How's that going to help us? Who knows? Maybe it will. We're going to die. Oh, what are we going to do about it? Nothing. Splat.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
these wings, one needs simply make them.
His great wings. Ha! A
Front.
wickedly divine.
Back. DPS baits. DPS baits out. Nice. Tanks in a tanks in a circle. Tanks in a circle. Tanks in a circle. Healers in a donut. Melee's in a circle. Uh-oh. Ranged in a donut.
Oh my! The challenger went down hard. They're still in it, but for how long?
There is no limit
Cardinals?
to Electro's potential.
He's gathering ether, but to what end?
One
three.
and three. 1 and 3. 3 and pairs. 3 and pairs. Clock spots.
How's this?
Pairs?
Yeah, I was on the wrong side, sorry.
And they're down. Is it over already?
We're dead.
Sorry, Kai, I
Yeah.
thought I was safe in the foot after 3 stacks.
It's okay, Shaq. Relax. It's okay. Deep breath.
But
Sip of
why
water.
did everyone else die? I just soloed the 3 stack. What happened to the rest?
We were 3 down on the 2 stack.
Yeah, but you should have only had 2 players with 1 player with a stack marker there.
Did
The
you have
other-
one? Did you have a?
Yes.
Did you have?
I had the 3 stack.
Well, I had Sip and Shaq with me. Sip, you were in the first batch, right? Or what? Right. Yeah, so it was Shaq that had to go to the 3 stack. Is that right? It's fine. Hey, Benji. Hope you're doing well.
From what I can see, you also overlap with the DPS stack in the middle.
Yeah.
That's possible, but part of the
it-
reason for that. Wait, was it you, Ham, that did that? Was it
No,
us?
the recharge support stack survived.
If it was us that had the overlap with the melee, in my defense, I saw that we were 3 players there and thought, well, we got hit by the melee stack. Oh,
And Nomi as well by your stack. That's why they died as well.
so if you take your stack alone, does that mean you get double charged or just once?
We would have seen had we not died.
I know, right?
But in that particle massacre,
Okay,
it's
Jacob.
hard to tell.
Hope you're doing well as well, Jacob. Yeah, that's exactly it. It was like, it was total chaos, and as far as I could see, we were dead anyway, so I was not going to take the risk just to die again.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
I mean, it's fine, Shaq.
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's great wings! Ha! A
Front.
wickedly divine!
Front and out. Front and out. DPS baits. DPS baits in. Nice. Healers bait in a donut. Healers in a donut. Healers in a donut. Tanks in a circle. Range in a donut. Aliens in a circle. Raid white next. And then Cardinals.
There is no limit to Electrope's potential.
She's gathering ether, but to what
For
end?
1 and 3. One pairs. One pairs. One pairs. Cardinal, no, clock spots, sorry. Clock spots.
How's this?
Pairs.
Take this!
That stack does a little bit more damage than you expect, I feel like.
Electrope has many uses.
But still surprisingly low damage.
Oh, look at that
Left.
magic cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
I'll erase you.
Oh, whoops. Swap colors. Swap again. Amazing, I got every single type of mechanic. Intermission positions.
I cannot die here! I have no choice but to surrender to Electro.
Wicked Thunder is discharging vast amounts of ether!
I will not fail.
Egad! Something is growing from her body!
Ah. I just realized I was supposed to stay in front. I was so focused on something else going wrong.
Body will
Sorry about that, Cat.
It must.
Remember to go to sea.
Get to see.
Note for self, don't go for the flank position. Almost got knocked to the side.
She's taken Electro
think that's true enough time there, Cat.
Unleashed a new feral soul!
This is going to be.
I'm gonna
fine.
manual res here. I'm gonna manual res.
Ah. Well.
I tried.
Oh man.
And they're down!
It looked cool.
Already?
Honestly, this deck is pretty pathetic.
The thing is that while it wasn't that, while the stack isn't that scary, perhaps, we had two players with like 10% HP and no healer, and they had the stacks.
Yeah.
You know, the saddest part is that we keep dying at like the coolest part of the music, right? Like the really epic part comes up, splat. Like, oh.
Well, at least we can hear the transition again and again and again and again.
It's like you're watching an anime and then like the theme song starts in a fight, and then the main character like slips on a banana peel instead, and then just record scratch.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's great wings! Ha! A
Back.
wickedly divine!
Front and out, front and out. Support bait. Support bait out. Tanks bait in a donut. Tanks in a donut. Tanks in a donut. You know?
Oh,
Healers in a circle.
Is it over already?
This is a wipe.
somehow I was thinking of step 3 and not 1 for the start.
Me and Zipper
See.
got this.
Zifubugi says, what if the main character is the boss and the music is for her dramatic victory? It's still awkward then like the epic music plays and then instead of like it's the tide turning and now she's like starting to win, she just splats us immediately. It's like the epic music starts. It's like it's going to be like a minute or something and it's just death. like the orchestra's like they're like I don't know why we're here. You know, you get what I mean? Like, if it was that easy, it feels a little excessive to have, like, the, to pull out all the stops like that. You know?
Well, she cannot die here.
Oh, true.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's great wings! Ha! Oh,
Front.
wickedly divine!
Backing out. Backing out. DPS baits. DPS baits in. Healers bait in a donut. Healers in a donut. Healers in a donut. Tanks in a circle. Ranged in a donut. Melee's in a circle.
There is no limit to Electrope's potential.
Cardinals.
She's gathering ether, but to what end?
2 and 4.
Yep.
Four and pairs. 4 and pairs. 4 and pairs. Hey, Ymir. Hope you're doing well. Clock spots.
How's this?
Pairs.
Take this! Electrope has many uses. Watch and learn.
Oh, look at that
Left.
cannon! Her skills are as sharp as ever.
I'll erase you.
Oh, sorry about that. That was a little scary.
I think she snapshotted the inborn.
I cannot die.
Intermission positions. I don't know if she does. Still a little
No
scary.
choice but to surrender
Yeah, I
to
would have assumed I'd die because I inborn very early.
Hmm.
Wicked Thunder is discharging vast amounts of ether!
Oh, whoops.
I will not fail.
Egad! Something is growing from her body!
My body will hold. It must.
Come in close for the heals. And
Inborn
also
knockback.
get closer to C. Will you do the LB?
Yeah, I think I've got the timing about down.
Okay.
She's taken Electrope into her body and unleashed a new fellow soul!
Oh, whoops, she already used Reprise. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh my! The challenger went down hard.
Ow.
Well, this is new.
What do you mean?
Everyone died here instead of earlier.
Well, the reason
we had
is
this
that
once.
when your squad died, apparently it hops over to stack on us instead.
No, it didn't.
It did.
Yes, it
That's
did.
why we
We had-
died.
What?
The last hit, we had double stack.
Oh, okay.
Did you not notice you didn't have a stack for the last hit? Or did you think it was
I-
just done?
I know I can sort of a stack, so I just assumed it was done when it stopped hitting.
Sort of, kind of, maybe Prog, Philippe? I would say probably not. I think we've wiped almost exactly like that before.
Yeah.
Not really, and the reason why it jumped was because people were dead. When the intended target is dead, things become completely unpredictable. A food check? Yeah, exactly. I would also say not really Prog, because we've had exactly that happen before. Or almost exactly that.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
You don't have to retract your statement, Emir.
one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's great wings. Ha! A
Back.
wickedly divine.
Front and out. Front and out. Support spade. Support spade out. Nice. Healers bait in a donut. Healers in a donut. Healers in a donut. Tanks in a circle. Ranged in a donut. Melees in a circle. Cardinals.
There is no limit to Electro's potential.
She's gathering ether, but to what end?
1 and 3. Three spreads. 3 spreads. Clock spots.
How's this?
I think we've wiped. But the pairs, in case we haven't.
Dad, is it over already?
Problematic.
There will be a big bomb in the center.
Ka!
Was that me being too slow?
No, we had 3 DPS in the middle stack.
Someone mistimed their timer.
Yeah, there was also, I think Shack was also too slow, so their explosion happened overlapping with everyone in the safe spot. So like it was like multiple things, but what ultimately killed us was there were 3 DPS dead in the middle. But I think we would have wiped anyway. I don't know if getting hit by someone else's circle counts as a tick up.
Where?
Yeah, it does.
Well, then we were already dead by that point.
Because I saw the middle explode for a 5x5.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
Is he dead since says it does count? Right, well then we know, at least. Yeah. Oh well.
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's great wings. Ha! A
Back.
wickedly divine.
Back. Back and out. Back and out. DPS baits. DPS baits out. Tanks Bait in a donut. Tanks in a donut. Tanks in a donut. Healers in a circle. Melees in a donut. Ranged in a circle. Raid wide.
There is no limit to
Cardinals?
Electro's potential.
It is gathering ether, but to what end?
2 and 4. 2 and 4.
Yeah.
2 spreads. 2 spreads. Clock spots.
How's this?
Spread positions. Uh-oh.
Take this!
What went wrong?
I was cleaved.
Oh.
Electrope has many uses. Watch and learn.
Oh, look at that nasty
Right.
cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
I'll erase you.
Oh. Never mind. Ow.
Is it over already?
I think I read mine wrong.
Ow.
In faith. Hope you're doing well. I think I had the purple one, but I was standing at the I was standing in front.
That shouldn't really matter that much.
No, like the person
As
who's
long as
supposed to stand in front could of course
you're
go
closest
forward.
or the farthest.
But there is always
No,
the possibility.
I mean, the cones would still hit the right way and hit you.
No. The cones don't aim at the purples.
No,
The
but
cones-
if he was supposed to get hit by someone that was closest, he would have still been closest to the person standing next to him. And if he was farthest, he would still have gotten hit by the cleave.
You don't get hit by the furthest cleave, you're standing on the blue spots.
No, no, he
And-
was talking about the
I was
purple circle.
listen, I was standing here. I think Ardell was standing here. And I
And
died.
In that case, you did not have purple. Someone with blue was standing there.
I'm pretty sure I saw some cones, but whatever, I'll do another ready. Here we go again. glad to hear that, Faith. Thank you.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's great wings! Ha! A
Back.
wickedly divine!
Back. Front. Support baits. Support baits out. Healers bait in a donut. Healers in a donut. Healers in a donut. Tanks in a circle. Ranged in a donut. Melees in a circle.
There is no limit
Cardinals.
to Electrope's potential.
She's gathering ether, but to what end?
4 and 3.
3 and 4, yeah.
Yeah. 4 pairs. 4 pairs. Clock spots.
How's this?
Spread positions.
Take this! Electrope has many uses. Watch and learn.
Oh, look at that
Left.
massive cannon! Her skills are as sharp as ever.
I'll erase you.
Swap colors. Swap colors. That was that was just late as it could get, I think. In summation positions?
I have no choice but to surrender to Electro.
Wicked Thunder is discharging vast amounts of ether!
Oh boy.
I will not fail.
Egad! Something is growing from her body!
My body will hold.
Make your way to C. Oh no. Can we get someone to arrest Auto? Nice.
Got it.
She's taken Electrope into her
You got it, Ham?
and unleashed a new tunnel
yeah.
soul.
So I don't have reprisal this time.
I do.
Nice.
Hmm.
And they're done! Is it over already?
Didn't move fast enough on my end.
Out.
Out?
Let's see how Mustard Bomb works without everyone.
They're still in it! But for how long?
Ah! Couldn't heal up enough. This is technically Prog. This is technically Prog.
She's using Electrope to convert her body's ether!
Oh. You did everything right!
I tried everything there.
Is she auto-attacking during that knockback, or is that knockback
Yes, she
doing
is.
that damage? Okay.
Let's see.
I think so.
Yes, yes. It says in the battle log, it says Wicked Thunder uses tail thrust, and it says Milo took X damage as like a follow-up to that, and then immediately after it says Wicked Thunder hits Milo for like 90,000 damage.
Yep.
So yeah, that was what it killed. What else is did I do something wrong in the transition? No, you were a little low. You were not topped up. That was what went wrong. Why that is, I don't know. But you were the only one that were not topped up in time. Yeah, Emia, you're getting pampered like a princess. That sounds kind of nice. And exactly, Faith. It's technically Prog.
Good check.
I just have to ask to be sure. When we go to the left and to the right. Just to be absolutely sure. Sorry for doing a ready check and then asking.
It's a classic at this point.
Yeah, it is. How can I best explain it? When we go, like when my team goes to the left, we don't need to look for a slot between two circles that point to the right. Is that correct? We don't have to look for that?
No.
You look for the line, like horizontal line, where the two horizontal exa flares are pointing away from the side you are on.
Okay.
No,
but there was a
can't
one
go-
pointing where we stood in the middle. There was one pointing this way and one pointing this way, but it didn't do anything. That was the reason why I was being a bit slow. Was because I thought I had to like watch out for
You
that.
start at like between the lines, yes.
You always.
Yeah, and I'm asking when I
best-
when we're starting, do I need to care about the column here?
You can always start in the middle hole, but it might be a slight squeeze on to get into the 1 or 4 line.
Yeah, exactly. The reason
if
why
you
I'm
start in
asking
the
is
middle, but
because
it's possible.
the reason why I'm asking is because I know this isn't quite the arena that we're working with, but what we had was, if I just like label them like this, A and B were pointing to the right. So I was like, do we need to go there? But I'm pretty sure we had discussed this and we never needed to go like where Milo's standing right now. I know we can't test this fully without like demonstrating it fully without being a little dangerously close to Wicked Thunder, but like I thought we had to go here, but I saw everyone go between B and C, and that worked fine. The thing that caused problems was, I think, if I remember correctly, the one that was pointing away was up there. So we had to make
yeah.
it to D in time, is that right?
Yes.
So ultimately, if it doesn't matter which like little envelope we stand in, wouldn't it have made better sense, just out of curiosity, if we stood between C and D? Oh, is there a reason why we can't do that?
Just always go into the middle hole for the first
Depends
explosion.
on how fast you see which line you need to go. If you're middle, you have better response because it
That's
is not
true.
always at the front.
That's true.
So middle. gives
I
you
know
the
I know it's not
best way to
always.
get
The reason why I was asking was, well, I believe we've talked about it and said it will never be the back one. Is that right?
I wouldn't count on it.
Can be.
I
It might
thought
be
we,
Square
I thought
Enix RNG.
Exactly,
would be
Rocky. We
really
had to go
mean
all the
for-
way north.
Would be really mean for melees, but
Exactly.
it could be.
That's the reason why I'm thinking. I don't think we've ever had it be that, and I feel like we've talked about this. Johnny Sardine says it cannot be the back. So there you go. Johnny usually says reliable information as far as I recall, so I will take your word for it, Johnny. Rothkind says, on the other hand, that they've sworn they've had it as the safe spot at some point. Oh, right. Now, yeah, I get it, Emir. What's it? To take a page out of Game Grumps? You got tickets for the Backstreet Boys reunion tour. But Cheng. Hope you get well soon, Emir. Peyras also says it is never the back row. So that means that, yes, that if we stand in the middle, then there is, assuming that it is like even chance, there's a 33% chance that we have to go to each of the 3 like more front leaning spots. And there's a 66% chance that we only have to like move to right next to us, and the attempt we just had, we had to go far, and that was what caused me problems, because I thought we had to stick more closely knit, but I do recall that we had talked about that the stack is really big, and that it doesn't hurt that much. It's just that you can't take 2.
Yeah.
So I just had to move faster.
A tank can fully solo 1 and with defensives, and I think it's also relatively easy to do 1 with 3 players.
Right, I just had to be sure. Because for some reason I had put it into my mind that we actually had to find a specific little spot to stand in. Yeah, we were discussing a little bit of strats really in.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your
Johnny also mentions that mustard bomb hurts a lot, so we should make sure to put like a lot of defensives when that happens, Ham.
Yeah, Mustard Bomb is the tank buster for phase 2.
Yes.
One needs wings.
I know.
It hurts about as much as one hit of a phase 1 tank buster.
Oh boy. Front.
Perfectly divine.
Backing out. Backing out.
Oh boy.
Oh. Did we just
Is it over already?
It is a support bait in. Let's just wipe.
Oh my! The challenger
This
went
just
down hard.
just go.
Messed up my opener anyways, so...
Me too, weirdly. Brilliant, that's what happened. One person died.
And then a few more died.
Yeah, the problem is, I think that like if there's someone dead for that, it can be a little unpredictable where it lands. But it might have worked. But it's just not worth it if we have a death that early in the fight.
But the gear durability.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
That is an interesting point, Pyra. Apparently, if a paladin takes the first tank burst and a warrior takes the second, we should both have invuln up for mustard bomb.
One needs simply make them.
Or first Mustard Bomb.
Exactly, that was also what I was thinking.
not,
Might as
but
well.
not the second. I
Yeah.
don't think I
Back.
can involve the second then.
Back, back, back.
And even if we can do that, I would prefer...
Front and out, front and out.
I'd prefer
DPS baits.
practicing...
Yes.
proper mustard bomb
DPS
for
baits
now.
in. DPS baits in. Yeah, exactly. Might as well figure it out in case we need it. Healers in a donut. Healers in a donut. Healers in a donut. Tanks in a circle. Ranged in a donut. Melees in a circle.
There is no limit
Cardinals?
to Electro's potential.
She's gathering ether, but to what
1
end?
and 3. Um, 3 and spreads, 3 and spreads, 3 and spreads. Clock spots.
How's this?
Pairs. What?
Ouch.
What went wrong there?
We had a support with 2 charges stand in the safe spot.
Hmm.
Electrope has many uses. Watch and learn.
Oh, look at that
Left.
massive cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
I'll erase you.
Information positions?
No! I cannot die here! I have no choice but to surrender to Electro.
Wicked Thunder is discharging vast amounts of ether!
Uh-oh. Hmm.
I will not fail.
That's bad.
Yep, that is what we call the opposite of good.
Egad! Something is growing from her body!
Alright.
My body will hold.
It
It
must.
must.
I don't really have much to help with. Oh boy. I have reprisal.
I have very little available here.
Taken Electrope into her body and unleashed a new fellow soul!
Oh man. I looked at that wrong, I think.
Went down hard.
I looked at that wrong.
I looked at that
Left
wrong.
was-
I looked exactly at the opposite of what I was supposed to.
It's like, yeah, good. What? Just go one
Same.
up, and then I see you continue. Like,
Yeah.
oh no, go back.
I realized the problem as it was approaching me. I was like, no, wait!
Well, if you get hit again first time, I'll dive in with Icarus instead of trying to run to you.
I was late as well with my backstab. I think I got hit as I backstabbed.
Hmm. Now see, Tingle, I was looking at the opposite side, but I was looking at the one pointing at us. Not the one not pointing at us. You see the problem? I was basically looking for how to get killed. And I nailed it, right? Jose Gosari, hope you're doing well.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
Hey Silverbent, hope you're doing well.
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
His great wings! Ha! A
Back.
wickedly divine!
Front. Support baits. Support baits in. Tanks bait and it's a circle. Tanks in a circle. Tanks in a circle. Healers in a donut. Melees in a circle. Ranged in a donut.
There is no limit to Electro's
Cardinals.
potential.
He's gathering either, but to what end?
1 and 3.
Yep.
3 spreads. 3 spreads. Sorry. Clock spots.
How's this?
Pairs. Oh boy.
Is it over already?
Take this!
Oh man. I'm just saying, it has the power to kill off all our squishies.
Just barely.
Yeah, just barely. We are using defensives for it.
Watch and learn.
Oh, take a look at that missile
Right.
cannon.
Her skills are as sharp as ever.
I'll erase you.
Swap.
That's bad.
Challenger went down hard.
This is a wipe.
They're still in it, but for how long?
There's no point, guys.
Cannot die here. I have no
We can hear the
choice
music.
but to surrender to Electrope.
I'll just Ardell, should we talk about that for a moment, just to be sure? Okay. I think you were standing like here, with the purple debuff. This, like smack in the middle of the square is fine. If you have the purple debuff, you just stand here. That's good enough. If you get hit by anyone, like if you get hit by this or this, that's because of them. Like that's their fault, not yours. If you stand exactly here with the purple one, then you're in position. The person with the arrow buff or arrow debuff will try to stand here, and if you keep moving forward because you're scared of being too far away from the donut, you'll get hit by the circle. So you have to stand here.
And if you go in front of the arrow person, you're going to kill the players on the other side.
Yes. It's okay if you're like here or here, like a little bit off, but like you have to stand here, and if the person who has the arrow debuff is in front of you, then you have to jetpack them, right? And just trust a little bit. But as long as you're like sticking to like this square, then it shouldn't be your fault if something goes wrong with the purple debuff, or if you explode because of a different debuff. That's almost certainly not your fault if you're standing in the little square in the middle.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
This guy going to open a cafe shop and sell healers and a donut as part of the menu.
If one needs wings, one
maybe.
can simply make them.
She's great wings! Ha! A
Back.
wickedly divine!
Back. Support spade. Support spade in. Healer's bait in a circle. Healers in a circle. Healers in a circle. Tanks in a donut. Ranged in a circle. Melees in a donut. Raid wide.
There is no limit to
Cardinals?
Electrope's potential.
She's gathering ether, but to what end?
Green 4.
Green 4. 4 pairs. 4 pairs. block spots.
How's this?
Pass? Uh-oh.
Oh my!
Yeah, I think that's a wipe. Cap! Wow. I mean, says, why not just do the tank buster normally?
Because it hurts.
Because it hits like a freight train and you need to use a ton of cooldowns per tank. And it's just not necessary. There's also the part that because of the way that she does it, it has to be like, even if you do it quote-unquote normally, it's really hard. So like it's way easier to use an invuln for it.
Tanks for tank busters are annoying.
Yep. A freight train loaded with freight trains, yeah, something like that. Also, what else would we use the tank invuln on? Good point. But it is a fair question. I think. It is a fair question. Why are you not just doing the tank buster normally? Because, that is a particularly fair question because on M2S and M3S, we do most of the tank busters. In the case of M2S, we do all of the tank busters normally.
Well, to be fair, the M2S tank busters are not at all dangerous.
No.
I think I didn't take damage from the first one. This clear.
There's also the part that on M2S, if you go into the to the concept of going, oh well, you could invuln some of the tank busters M2S, it's like, what is the off tank doing in that fight? I think we've talked about that, Ham and I specifically, that if you actually went out of your way to quote unquote take the tank busters alone, that would just mean that the off tank has even less stuff they can do. It's a fight with relatively low amounts of things that target the off tank already. It's just unnecessary. And for M3S, it's, I'd say, kind of the same idea, that it doesn't, those defensives are just sitting there anyway. And indeed, Silvermint, the thing is, if you save your invulns so long so you can use them for Mustard Bomb 1, then I don't think you have the invulns again for Mustard Bomb 2. So it's that's a lot of effort just to reduce your total invulns from 2 to 1. Right?
At least the Paladin doesn't have that. Let's see what the timeline says.
But yeah, that is the reason, essentially, Emir, is that one hit of the tank buster can kill you as the tank with, only your 40% and your short cooldown. You might still die.
As a warrior, at least.
As a warrior, yeah. Get out of here with your 1000 potency barrier from Guardian. And you're 50% more damage reduction from Holy Sheldron.
And the ability to block.
And the ability to block, yes. And I speak from experience. I lamented my concerns that it's a little scary how tight the invuln is, that the boss does the first hit wait a few seconds, then the second hit, and that applies magic vuln, which makes her auto attacks kill you as well, and that auto attack, like, lands a few seconds later, so if you use your invuln too soon, then, like, she'll auto attack you just as the invuln ends. For a paladin, that's probably fine because hallowed ground, but if you're a warrior, that means that there's like a time frame of 1 to 2 seconds maybe, where you're at 1 HP, but possibly up to 2 seconds. You're at 1 HP, and you don't have invuln. So if the boss just happens to swing at that time, you die. And she does like do one extra cheesy punch right after, like right as she switches to the next mechanic.
Also, there is no way to invuln both Mustard Bomb 1 and 1 and 2. Those things are like 3 minutes apart. So also no double warrior shenanigans.
I think Zip is producing his drink like from the ground up. Like he's actually
Might be shopping.
he's harvesting the beans out in the yard, grinding them himself.
He's vibrating the water pot to make it warm.
The Painter's first mustard will need to be taken normally regardless. There's that, and also I would much rather that we fail Mustard Bomb 1 over and over until we get it right, rather than us progging past Mustard Bomb by using invuln, and then when Mustard Bomb 2 comes up, we have a really good attempt, maybe we'd be fine. And then we don't know how to do Mustard Bomb, but then we wipe because we didn't, like, practice it. Hey, Diago. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, we have a few emirs, actually. Mustard 2 is functionally the same as 1. Exactly. Which means that if you sneak past Mustard Bomb 1, and then, like, without, like, learning how to deal with it, then you just die to the second one because you didn't practice it. Like, because they're identical, you might as well take the, like, take it the harder way the first time. Is Paladin invuln up in time for Mustard Bomb 1?
Not the way we are doing it.
How far into the fight is it?
Mustard Bomb 1 is at 7:37. The
When
debuff
is it?
explosion is at 7:47.
But then it doesn't matter which tank buster you're taking.
Yeah.
The first tank buster is 2 minutes in, I think. 2:24?
It's not before minute 1.
Exactly.
It's after Electro Badge 1.
Let me just, while we're here anyway, reiterating, Mustard Bomb 1, the way it works is that each tank grabs a tether, and they go to their positions. You take kitchen sink to take it, and the Mustard Bomb itself gives the tank a debuff that they need to pass on to the one person in each light party, supposedly, that didn't get hit by something, right?
Yeah.
That's how I understood it.
If we turn around from looking at the boss, I take the leftmost player that did not get exploded, and you take the rightmost. If you turn 180 from facing
Yeah, I
the
was gonna
boss.
say it's easier
Yeah.
to.
If we're looking at the
look at
boss,
the
I
boss.
go left, you go right, right?
Yes.
Right. Hey, Kylan, hope you're doing well.
And yes, make very much sure that you
The
spread.
Kylan says the easiest way to get Mustard Bomb 1 solved is to have the people that do get hit. What?
That don't
I'm
get
guessing. I'm
hit.
guessing you mean don't get hit, right? Have the people that don't get hit come to the tank, not the tank to them. Yeah, that makes sense. The tank is standing in one specific spot. The person that didn't get hit could be in one of 3 spots.
It doesn't have to be light parties.
That's a fair point. Does the advice not apply then?
Yeah, still the leftmost player goes to Guy.
Get well
Rightmost
soon,
player
Emir.
goes to Ham. But just saying, they could both be on the left side of the platform, theoretically.
Tanks moving is
Also-
good because they don't lose any uptime. That's true. The concern is whether the tanks can find the person in time.
Well, we have 10 seconds to find the person.
Oh, okay. By the way, food check.
2 minutes is enough, right?
Eh.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
His great wings! Ha!
Front.
Wickedly divine!
Front. DPS baits. DPS baits out. Tanks bait in a donut. Tanks in a donut. Tanks in a donut. Healers in a circle. Melees in a donut. Ranged in a circle. Raid wide.
There is no limit
Cardinals?
to Electro's potential.
He's gathering Eva, but to what end?
1 and 3. One spreads. One spreads. Uh-oh.
And they're down! Is it over already?
Can we recover from that?
They're still in it! But for how long?
Clock spots.
How's this?
Pairs.
Take this!
Wow. Now that's as close as it gets.
Electrope has many uses. Watch and learn.
Oh, look at that
Right.
laser cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
I'll erase you.
Swap.
Oh my! The challenger went down hard. They're back on their feet. What grit?
I just realized I was supposed to taunt.
No.
Intermission positions.
Right here. I have no choice but to surrender to Electrope.
Wicked Thunder is discharging vast amounts of ether.
Oh, whoops.
I will not fail.
Egad! Something is growing from her body.
My body will hold.
What?
I collect.
I was so sure everyone was fine, and then I look after the hit like, huh? How will that res work?
With hope. and
Well
dreams.
enough, I guess. We need to heal Shaq really quickly.
She's taken Electro.
We have the entire cast, bro.
That doesn't matter. We had that problem, and Aradel died earlier to the transition in a similar fashion. Wow.
Someone standard moved off a platform.
I mean...
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring.
Hey, Max. Hope you're doing well. And yeah, that crafting is scary when it suddenly has boss mechanics.
One needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's great wings. Ha! Oh,
Front.
wickedly divine.
Front. front. Support spade. Support spade in. Healer spade in a donut. Healers in a donut. Healers in a donut. Tanks in a circle. Ranged in a donut. Melees in a circle. Raid wide.
There is no limit
Cardinals.
to Electrope's potential.
It is gathering ether, but to what end?
2 and 4. Four spreads. 4 spreads. Block spots.
How's this?
Spread positions.
Take this! Electrope has many uses. Watch and learn.
Oh, look at that
Right.
laser cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
Nice one, Am. Was it worth all the greed? Now we
I
wipe.
call it science.
I hope so.
They're back on their feet. What grit?
And she snapshots that attack way earlier than it looks.
Seems so. Yeah, now we know that it not only will you die from the fall damage, she also kills you.
Oh, I already knew that the attack is also just a kill if you get snapshot by it, but I assumed it comes later and that you can only get off if you jump.
If the intended strat is exploding violently, mission accomplished. Yeah. I mean, Exoda Zero. Hope you're doing well.
I had to cause a greed wipe at some point today.
We've had one attempt where we got past mustard bomb. Technically. But other than that, it's been a lot more just progging the same things.
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
If one needs a hamburger, one needs simply make one.
A wicked
Back.
divine.
front. DPS baits. DPS baits in. Healers bait in a donut. Healers in a donut. Healers in a donut. Tanks in a circle. Ranged in a donut. Melees in a circle. Raid wide.
There is no limit to
Cardinals.
Electro's potential.
He's gathering Eva, but to what end?
1 and 2. Two in pairs. Two in pairs. Two in pairs. Uh-oh. Oh. Clock spots.
How's this?
Pairs.
Take this!
Hmm.
Electro has many uses. Watch and learn.
Oh, look at that
Left.
laser cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
I'll erase you.
Swap.
No,
Intermission positions.
I cannot die here. I have no choice but to surrender to Electro.
Wicked Thunder is discharging vast amounts of ether! is growing from her body.
Ah, so close. Make your way to C.
Whee!
Splat. I have reprisal.
She's taken
I will build a
electro
wall.
into her body
Yep.
and unleashed
And Wicked Thunder will pay for it.
If only. They would also have a melee LB.
and they're down. Is it over already?
What happened over on the right?
I just died suddenly.
You died suddenly. Who were over on the right? Philippe says, does it really do that much damage? It does not. It kills you if you get 2 of them.
I think Zip got hit by an Exaflare because he took way more damage on the last hit than the other people on the right side.
Hmm.
He went down like half HP from 1 hit. Where the rest only had like 10 or 15%.
Mm-hmm. Em says, I was right. What happened then?
All I can
Exaflare.
say is that everyone on our side suddenly exploded, and at least I was not didn't get hit by one of the flares. But so seems like a stack jumped over to us. But what did what?
Yeah, exactly, because that's why I'm asking what happened on the right, because on my perspective, I was focused on what we were doing. I could only see what happened to us, and what happened to us is first stack explosion, we move forward.
Yeah, the left side died after us, according to the combat log.
In that case, we probably had our stacks until, like, we died from double stacks.
I can say that no, we wait a second.
Which side is
ours?
Naomi on again?
Right.
Okay. Because from what I can see, what people are observing is that the first one that died was Naomi. That shouldn't mean that the stack marker jumps to the left, because they go on the healers, right?
Yes, they are
At
currently
about
on
the
heals.
same time, Zip died as well. And
Oh.
Zip is the first one who died in my combat log. It was the
Oh.
same
He
hit
died.
that killed both of them.
Okay.
And it was some hit that applied damage down and dealt 5 million damage. So
What? That seems so incredibly overkill. It did 5 million damage
I
and applied damage down in case you lived. Just in case
well
you
that's
lived.
what my
Wow.
I can send what
No, I trust you. It must have been an Exaflare.
yeah.
Should we like? Do we have enough time for one more attempt before we have to reset, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We won't have the full fight anyways.
Probably not.
Let's hope so. Oh wait.
Cranberry says, I imagine the 5 million is because the stack applies a vuln. Yeah, definitely. It's just really funny to have an attack that basically kills you like nearly 30 times over that also has a side effect. It's like if they gave Blue Mage another kill spell that you couldn't resist, that always killed, but it also on the side just also made it so that the boss did less damage for a bit.
No, I think a better way to say is if Ultra Vibration also stunned.
Yeah, that's a good one. Back.
Considering the Exaflash don't guarantee their own kill.
Front. So, DPS baits out. Thank you, Jared. Tanks and a donut. Tanks and a donut. Tanks in a donut. Healers in a circle. Melees in a donut. Ranged in a circle. Cardinals.
To Electro's potential.
He's gathering Eva, but to what end?
4 and 3. Three in spreads. 3 in spreads. 3 in spreads. Clock spots.
How's this?
Pairs. That's a wipe.
My, the challenger went down hard.
Take this!
I lived! Anyway. Julian says, does the clock spots mechanic kill you if you overlap? Kind of. The way it works is that, you see we go into our clock spots, she shoots lasers at players. Each shot, if you imagine, you see like she puts over like a 5x5 grid over the arena, which is really silly because the arena itself is a 4x4 grid. But she puts a 5x5 grid over the 4x4. If you get hit once, then your explosion is a 1x1. If you get hit twice, it's a 3x3. Right? And if you get hit,
Yes.
if you get hit 3 times, it's a 5x. Well, it's it's a 5x5, which means that if you go all the way out to the corner, it explodes in like a 3x3. But getting hit by other lightning stuff in that phase also counts as a hit. And if you get hit 4 times in total, then it's a 7x7, which, even if you go out all the way to a corner, will cover like a 4x4, right? And if you get hit one more time than that, then it's a 9x9. And what we saw was, I believe it was... It looked to me like two that were stacked, like that that still had debuff, that overlapped their pairs. So I would guess they both got 2 extra hits.
Yeah, and also were out of position.
Yeah, they were basically like over here, so that's why we kind of just died. Like, the reason why it is so strict is because each set of explosions is a 3x3 and a 5x5 times 2. So like, you have one 3x3 go over here, one 5x5 go over here, one 3x3 go over here, one 5x5 go over here, and then like there's a safe spot of us there. Except the configuration is in a random direction. Like, you just look for the safe spot and you like build around it. Yeah, that is the reason why it is so devastating if anyone gets hit more times than they need to. It's not the clock spots that will kill you, it's the debuff being big. Yes. The laser beams themselves don't hurt that much, I'm pretty sure. It's very easy for the tank to say.
As a tank, they deal like 6k, so that should be about 10k at max for squishy.
I can go down to about half health if I get 3 hits.
Yeah. If you take 3 hit, that would be like 30k.
It should do less to healers and mages though, because it's magic damage.
Tanks still take less damage than
Yeah.
healers
I
and mages.
meant when you went 6k on a tank, 10k on a squishy. I'm like, well, the squishies are those that should be taking second least damage, right? The squishiest, anyway.
Well, considering how much magic damage this fight does, I think ranged physical is the squishy here.
Yes and no. Because Samurai, Viper, and Bard has the same amount of defense on their gear.
Yeah,
I suppose it would be Bard then that would be the squishiest there. But yeah, essentially, Ridley, the clock spots themselves are just a matter of like setting up a mechanic. The thing that follows is the actual danger. And the reason why it can go wrong so quickly is because the way that these things are handled is it's random among the DPS and among the supports which two in each essentially like pseudo-light party you have all the supports and all the DPS. It's random which 2 of them will explode first and who will explode second. So the way that we set up our pairs is that if you get hit 2 times and you explode first, then like you have 1 spot. If you get hit 3 times and you explode first, you have a different spot. If you get hit once and you explode second, then you go to where the person that gets hit twice and explodes first goes. If you get hit 2 times and explode like second, then you go to where the 3 that exploded first goes. So like we have like pairwise systems. But if you miscount, then either you might be able to tell that you miscounted when we run to our first explosion positions because someone else is standing where like you thought you needed to be, and given that you don't remember clearly, you will be more likely to to adjust because you don't know for sure. They might. But the second set of explosions, the first time that you'll have an opportunity to tell whether you counted wrong is if it is pairs and you go to where you think you're supposed to go and there's another person that hasn't exploded yet. Then either you run really quickly or it's a wipe, essentially. Anyway, I will also be right back before we get another set in. So, in the meantime, sanity restored. Alright, I'm back. Zipokaj says our healers don't heal during EE2 setup, so you get hit more than you're supposed to, you die. That is pretty funny. It's an interesting way to set up so that you're guaranteed to wipe if someone goofs it. See, Strat says generally those damage downs discourage the invuln cheese. You know, that is a good point in regards to the 5 million mechanic that kills you and then still gives you a damage down. It's still funny though. Like, think about that as a fight designer. Right, so if you get hit by this while this is true, you will die. But just in case you don't. And they just give you a little package. For the balance of those unsync runs people will do in 10.0. I wonder whether we will actually reach 5 million HP. Or, you know, a combination of like a lot of HP and enough defense to survive such a hit before an additional like stat squish would occur. You know what I mean? Like, I find it somewhat unlikely. Although then again, when would that be? Like, maybe they'll do another stat squish in 8.0? Didn't they say at least another few expansions until stat squish? I don't know, actually. It is funny. Because I specifically remember that, like, it took till, like, Stat Squish in Endwalker. And by Dawntrail, I believe we're past, like, the peak of Shadowbringers at the start of Dawntrail. Do you know if we're going above level 100 yet? Nope. I don't think we've gotten an answer on that one. I believe what happened with that one is that we were told that they were thinking about what to do next. But I believe they're doing, like, they're talking about that, and they're simultaneously also talking about the problem that the MSQ is insanely long. And it only gets longer. And part of the benefit of, like, rounding out a story and saying, this story is over, and then we start a new one, is that maybe they'll decide to make it so that at some point you'll be able to, like, jump some part of the MSQ without paying for it. Like, maybe they'll do a level squish. Who knows? We've seen that happen too in other MMOs. They might do a stat squish. They might just make it so that, like, the distance is shorter one way or another. But that is also something that is a concern, is that the story is extremely long, and that can be a problem for potential new players. Cranberry says, if I recall correctly, the first stat squish was because the server hardware couldn't handle the numbers, but now they can. That is still pretty funny. That it took only 2 expansions, well, it took 1 expansion before it was fine. It's also funny because it was exactly, I kid you not, it was the exact same cadence as it was with WoW. That the final boss in Mr. Pandaria, on the hardest difficulty, healed to full twice and healed like an extra 20-25% of their HP, an extra time on top of that. I believe they healed to full twice. They might have just, like, they heal to full once and they heal extra at least once, and then they heal like a last time where I don't remember if it's full or a lot. But they, like, the boss has a certain amount of HP, but that is almost meaningless because it just refills over the course of the fight. And people used that as an argument that it's probably because the amount of HP he's supposed to have would cause problems for the game. And then the expansion that followed, there was a stat squish. The expansion that followed that, we had surpassed the numbers before the stat squish. Like, that's how fast it went. That could have been solved if science weren't shoehorned into Dawntrail. I also like to make things up. Yeah, I mean, that's also the thing, is that to some degree, I know with World of Warcraft at least, that I don't think Blizzard ever said that that was the reason. It was just, like, the hypothesis that that was the reason. And I don't actually remember if they said that that was the problem with Final Fantasy XIV, like that was the reason. I can say at least that a much better reason for stat squish is that the bigger the numbers get, the more meaningless they start to seem. It was pretty common that people would use, you know, like an add-on in World of Warcraft to simplify like the damage numbers so that it would just say 117k instead of like writing out the full number, and if you hit over 1 million it would just say 1 point something million. Because it was easier to read. And even if you didn't have that, like, the thing is, at the damage numbers we're making, people care more about the 2 first digits in the number than the rest of it. Did you did you do an attack that did over 150,000? Did you do an attack that did over 200,000? Did it do over 250,000? Like, that's what people care about. So, exactly, Bokaj. People usually only care about the first two digits. So at that point, if having more numbers... I'll just do another ready check to be sure. If having more numbers is meaningless, but it like takes more effort for the server, then like squish down that graph of power so that it makes sense and is as low as possible. Don't make us break out the scientific notation for damage. That would be pretty funny. Sometime in patch 20.0, you do an auto attack and it shows that it did like 1 e to the to the 8 something.
Finally, black mages can have the same first numbers.
My auto attacks keep going down. The mage problem, indeed. You just have to play Summoner. Or Scholar. They seem to still be going upwards.
How's
Check this-
the auto attack damage for crafters going? Is that going up or down?
I'm guessing up, but I haven't bothered to check. The Shack says, if I recall correctly, Garrosh Mythic had 1 billion HP. That sounds about right. The difficult part there is that Garrosh Mythic wasn't from Mr. Pandaria. He's from Warlords of Draenor's pre-patch, technically speaking.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
It's a pull time for Samurai, Ridley.
One need simply make them.
His great wings! Ha! Are
Back.
wickedly divine!
Back. Back. Just wipe.
Is it over already?
The Samurai can use Make Your Shisui. I think... How many seconds is it before pull, Milo?
Either 12 or 14. Depends a bit on fight length. I
Right.
think I do 14 here.
Yeah. And the reason why we do 16 is simply because that gives Milo a chance to react to that. And it's also incidentally like the commonly longest pull timer that jobs need most of the time. So it's like universally applicable. And yes, exactly. That is exactly right, Bokaj. It's okay, Naomi. Sip. Yeah, really, and if sometimes when you hear me repeat a mechanic call, it's because I'm looking at someone. Sometimes. Other times I just repeat it to be sure.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
His great wings! Ha! Are wickedly divine!
Back. Front and out. Front and out. DPS baits. DPS baits in. Healers bait in a donut. Healers in a donut. Healers in a donut. Tanks in a circle. Ranged in a donut. Melees in a circle. Raid wide.
There is no limit to Electrope's potential.
Cardinals.
She's gathering ether, but to what end?
3 and 4. Three pairs. 3 pairs. Clock spots.
How's this?
Uh-oh.
And they're done. Is it over?
Spreads?
Just Brett's works.
Oh my!
Uh,
The challenger went down hard.
that is peculiar. I'm also 3.
Take this!
Let's just wipe, guys.
Oh wait, I survived. I didn't even see. I was in the safe spot, saw I got hit by a square, didn't even bother to check if I was still alive.
The way that you can tell with the AoEs during Witch Hunt, Ridley, I'm assuming that you mean the in and out thing. If it's called widening, then it starts with circle, then it's a donut, then it's a circle, and then it's a donut. If it starts with narrowing, then it goes donut, circle, donut, circle. So basically, when the mechanic starts, you look at her and you see either the rectangles close. That means that she's going to hit the 2 closest players, and her cast bar will also show that either it's a donut or a circle. And then the markers will alternate on her, and they will always alternate. So the only marker you need to see is the first one. Exactly, Rillian. I can also say that I think we spent almost like an entire 2-hour session only progging that mechanic at some point.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the league!
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's great wings! Ha! A
Back.
wonderfully divine!
Front and out. Front and out. DPS baits. DPS baits out. Healers bait, and it's a circle. Healers in the circle. Healers in the circle. Tanks in a donut. Ranged in a circle. Melees in a donut.
There is no limit to Electro's potential.
Cardinals.
It is gathering ether, but to what end?
3 and 4. 4 spread. 4 spread. Clock spots.
How's this?
Spread positions. Cat, wrong side. I think that's a wipe.
Aye, the challenger went down hard.
Azrael says, I'm sure your raid gets it, but circle is such a nonsense call out to me. It's all circles. Actually, Nozereld, if I meant a circle that was different than an actual whole circle, I would have defined that. A donut is a circle with a hole in it. Unless it's a donut without a hole in it, which is also kind of donut.
Can you explain a donut without a hole? I just cannot see that in front of me.
Jam donut?
It's just a... yeah, exactly. It's a jam donut. The hole is filled in and there's jam in it instead.
Oh, we don't call those donuts anymore.
Some do. And yeah, Start says, I just say in and out, but anything works. The reason why I say circle and donut is because they're silly, and the fact that they're silly makes them stand out more and makes it easier for people to remember.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
You see the teaching material in that, eh? Imagine getting scammed by not getting the inside part of the donut. Also, hey Yannick, hope you're doing well.
His grave wings! Ha! A wicked
Out.
divide!
Or back, sorry, back. Front. Support speed. Support speed out. Tanks in a donut. Tanks in a donut. Tanks in a donut. Healers in a circle. Melee in a donut. Range in a circle. Great wide. Cardinals?
Potential.
She's gathering ether, but to what end?
2 and 4.
Yeah.
4 pairs. 4 pairs. 4 pairs. Clock spots.
How's this?
How's this? Spread positions.
Take this! Electrope has many uses. Watch and learn.
Ooh, look at that
Left.
massive cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
I'll erase you.
Swap.
No,
Intermission positions.
cannot die here. I have no choice but to surrender to Electrope.
Wicked Thunder is discharging vast amounts of ether!
I will not fail.
Egad! Something is growing from her body!
Ah,
My body will hold.
get to see.
Whee. Jesus.
Wow. I guess we didn't have enough defensives there. Well,
Wee.
She's taken Electro
I
into
think
her
we should
body
just
and
wipe.
unleashed a new fellow soul!
We can let her wipe us.
Sure.
like we're gonna survive this anyways.
Not without the tank LB.
No.
Or 2 kitchen sinks.
Oh no, I wouldn't survive.
Oh, even with tank LB, I don't think a squishy would survive. Without healing.
Yep. We have 5 pizza slices because that makes sense.
What's the logic behind the intermission laser? It will shoot at... I believe it will shoot like if everyone's alive, then the laser... So the way the intermission works as a whole is that there will be the cones. They basically shoot at one spot, and then they alternate shooting where they didn't shoot, like back and forth. So you just alternate. And after a certain amount of shots, she will shoot like a circle AoE on 4 players. And I believe those players are... I can't remember if it's all the supports or all the DPS, or like how the mix is. But basically, the reason why we're paired up as tank and DPS or healer and DPS is so that we can't end up with 2 of the same type. That circle AoE isn't lethal on its own, but it gives you a vulnerability debuff that makes it so that the follow-up laser beam, which is a wild charge, kind of, will kill you if you're in front. So you have to, like, the one that got hit by the circle AoE has to stay in the back for that laser. And the thing that often catches people is not even the laser. The problem is that there's one last cone that happens immediately after the laser. Right, I'll do another ready check. But yeah, the lasers will then, like, target in the same kind of configuration.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's great wings! Ha! A
Front.
wickedly divine!
Back. DPS baits. DPS baits out. Tanks bait in a donut. Tanks in a donut. Exactly, Rillian. Tanks in a donut. Healers in a circle. Melee in a donut. Ranged in a circle. Raid wide.
There is no limit to
Cardinals?
an expert's potential.
She's gathering ether, but to what end?
1 and 3. Three pairs. 3 pairs. clock spots.
How's this?
Spreads. Uh-oh.
And they're done.
Wait, what?
Is it over already?
Take this!
Yeah, how do we get Naomi up?
Electrope has many uses. Watch and learn.
Oh, look at that
Right?
cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
I'll erase you.
Ah,
Oh my! The challenger
Swap.
went down hard.
right. Oh. Did anyone see what happened? What I know is that I put Nascent Flash on Aradel because I looked at their HP and thought, oh no. My hypothesis is that Aradel just died to damage.
No, they were almost full HP when they got hit by something. I can't see because the boss is in the way on the stream. But they were like 90% HP or something, so they must have got hit by something else. But what it is, I cannot see because it's during your Primal Ruination mayhem on the screen behind the boss.
Wow. Well, what's the point of playing warrior if you can't see your primal relation?
Yeah, same. Why would I even want to receive a flaw if I can have instead massive swords everywhere? One might even say blades.
On a different note, like while we are on the subject of the positions again, I don't think it has caused any deaths or problems. But I have noticed that Aradel, that you stand like here when you have the debuff, that way, like where you have to stand like here, like that you go all the way to the edge. Given that it hasn't killed anyone, I'm pretty sure, and hasn't caused any problems, I thought it was like a minor thing, but I just wanted to mention that it might be better to like I know, like it's this phase, like with the gun, and then there's the witch hunt, are like both mechanics where like you can't go, like where you have to be super specific, or things go bad a lot of the time, and some in our group would rather like go a little extra, like a little more than the minimum requirement. But in those mechanics, it's pretty specific what the requirement is. I don't think this is something that has caused any problems, as I said, but it is probably safer to like stand right on the... What is that?
It's a dot.
Is it like a little screw? Actually, a really big screw. What is that? A rivet. Yeah, probably a rivet. But yeah, I just wanted to mention it, as I said, Aerodel, that hasn't caused any problems. That's why I bring it up now when we're talking about it anyway. But the reason that you died, from what we can tell, was you didn't get enough, like, you were low on HP. Why that is, I don't know. I can say for my part that because we had, like, a questionable situation with the stack marker prior to the gun, I used Shake It Off there, which meant that I didn't have it for the blasts, and I usually use it on the first one. Most of the time. Why would Electrope need rivets when there's no limit to its potential? Excellent question.
Well, it's the same as why theoretically Wicked Thunder can be beaten. Because he's incapable of drawing out all of Electrope's potential.
There's also the possibility that it doesn't have unlimited potential, and that the only reason why they think it's unlimited is because they don't know how to bring out the full potential. Like, for instance, they're having a hard time building something without rivets. Bokaj says, it looks like the Bard got clipped by the donuts. Nope, circles, not donuts. That sounds strange. I'm pretty sure Aerodel was on the opposite side of me. Like, on the opposite team.
Yeah, they were
so I
on the square.
Yeah, Aerodel said they were on the square, so it's not Aerodel's positioning that is the problem. If they got hit by a circle, then, like, then it means that it's either here or here. Or we saw it wrong. Whoops, didn't mean to do that. Hera says they weren't anywhere near, looks like somehow just damaged. Exactly, from what I could say, as I said, my perspective, and you probably also see that in the playback, is that I target Aerodel, use Nascent Flash, Aerodel dies. Which means that I observed that Aerodel needed extra healing, and then Aerodel died. Anyway, I think the long and the short of it is that that's unfortunate.
Don't die.
Movereth says, I think the arena is a circuit board, and the dot is via on circuit board.
Well, Electrope needs its inscription stuff to get its properties, so they might just be part of that.
Are you, like, absolutely super sure about that, Noserild? Because both Aerodel and others looking at Aerodel said that they were standing on the square they were supposed to stand on.
Might have been a combination of, like, the two people that are needed there, that they were just flipped around.
Bart got hit with 2 lasers? I trust that Aerodel was in the position that they had to be in. Yeah, I get it, Bogaj, 2 of the pink lasers. Does that kill you?
If you take 2 of them, yes.
Yes.
Because you also give Von.
You also die if you get hit by one of the pink lasers and the circle. At least I'm pretty sure about that one, and I would not want to test it.
Yeah, the cones you bait give a Von.
Oh. Well, I think we have the answer now. Noserild says the cone was fired at the furthest player and the purple cleansed that, but the healer was behind them instead of in front. Who was the healer on the side with Aerodel?
Shaq, I think.
That's the answer then. That was the reason, Aerodel.
Lala murder number 10? 15? I don't know.
Yeah, to put it, the long story short, really, is that this, like, that specific phase is like one of those, like, debuff sandwich phases, where, like, there are so many debuffs to keep track of that you look at it, like, having not done the fight, see that we get a debuff, and then we just robotically move into position. there isn't time to read the debuffs. You just have to look, see what your debuff looks like approximately, and then go to where you need to be. That's it. And yeah, also that, Beta. In that phase, if one person dies, like, if they still have their effect, then it basically just detonates, and then, like, rocks fall. We'll figure it out, guys. We're basically winning at this point. The fact that we still haven't beaten it means we get so much more content.
It's also the only reason. We'd be out of content if we were to clear.
Yeah, if we cleared this boss, then we'd be like, I guess we could like farm extremes or something. Or maybe prog on an ultimate.
I mean, needed probably at least 8 times.
No, an old ultimate, back.
In fact, we actually already have cleared her off stream.
What?
That's what we do when we close the stream. We go and clear.
That would be pretty funny. Backing out. We just don't use the weapons just to keep up the facade. DPS bait. DPS bait's in. DPS bait's in.
Well,
Wipe.
I deserved that.
Wipe.
Is it over already?
I deserved that death. The rest didn't.
Thanks, up.
If you cleared, you'd be walking again. I mean... If we cleared, then we would have to figure out what we do next. And I could imagine whatever week we happen to beat this is probably not the same week that we start progging on an ultimate.
No.
And when I mean an
Sounds
ultimate,
like
I mean
a
an old
questionable
ultimate.
idea.
What?
Sounds like a questionable idea.
Yeah. Mainly because, like, I mean, then we'd have to sit down and, like, look at guides and stuff, right?
Wicked Thunder has returned to the league!
Also, we wouldn't have that much time to proc left.
That too. So I could imagine that what we would do on the week that we do clear, maybe we'll farm something easy.
If we are thinking about ultimates, we could do like the best of slot farm. Since that's
That is also an
specific
option.
gear.
She's great wings! Ha! Oh,
Front.
wickedly divine!
That is also an option. Back. Support bait. Support bait's out. Healer's bait in a donut. Healer's in a donut. Healer's in a donut. Tanks in a circle. Range in a donut. Melee's in a circle. Nice. Great wide.
There is no limit
Cardinals.
to Electro's potential.
gathering Eva, but to what end?
1 and 3. One pairs. 1 pairs. 1 pairs. Clock spots.
How's this?
Pairs.
Take this! Electrope has many uses. Watch and learn.
Oh, look at that
Left.
laser cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
I'll erase you.
Swap. Sorry.
No,
Information
I
positions.
cannot die here. I have no choice but to surrender to Electrope.
Wicked Thunder is discharging vast amounts of ether!
Ah.
I will not fail.
Egad! Something is growing from her body!
My body will hold.
Make your way to C. Oh,
Seeing that massive blade while flying away is nice.
She's taken Electrope into her body! and
I've got
unleashed
reprisal.
her fellow soul!
Ah, I missed the first hit on half a party.
That's weird.
Is it over already?
Out of the middle.
Out.
Remember the spread.
Remember to spread.
Oh, this is bad.
Give me that. Give me that. Take the next one.
My, the challenger went down hard.
Why did you come over to me again?
You already had mine, Zip. Which side was
She's
first?
using electric to divert her
left
body's
side.
ether.
So come left next to the red dot.
Zip, you're supposed to be taking. It's tanks get a debuff that they're supposed to pass off.
Just full enough.
You're supposed to just receive it.
What are these auto attacks?
You have to be a taker today, Zip. That's how it is sometimes to be a healer.
Okay, thank Caetsu does not save me from that. Good to
Yannick says, to be fair, unusual party fighter strats tanks go to mid after that. I mean, our strat was that I wasn't actually sure what we were doing because we had 2 people dead. And this was the first time we actually managed to do mustard bombs without the party immediately wiping.
Okay.
So Bokaj, you can you can relax with. Can you explain your mustard bomb strat? Relax. Our mustard bomb strats is we have positions on the 8 slots in front. Each person has a position. But given that we had players dead, right? It kind of just was. It was a miracle that we didn't just explode, right? So when we survived, I looked around thinking, right, so who am I supposed to pass this off to? And then I think I saw Shaq. Exactly. Shaq came over to get my debuff. And then, like, at the last second, as the debuffs were about to explode, I saw another healer come over to me, and I'm guessing that was Sip. But the way that mechanic works, just to go over it so that we are all on the same page, is the tanks get the tethers. That's a different attack from what everyone else gets hit by. Of all the 8 players, the tanks will get hit by the mustard bomb thing with the tethers. 4 players aside from that will get hit by a fiery explosion that will also make them vulnerable to the debuff that the tanks get. 2 players will not get this. In this particular case, it was both healers. And if you don't get hit by the first explosion, then it means that you're a taker. And, like, I mean, given that we're progging, I don't care. Like, if it's about uptime, like, please, we might be able to progress further. Pretty much, Rothkind, that is a way to do it. If you don't explode, you go kiss the tank closest to you on the cheek. Like, that sorta works.
I'm sorry, I'm taken.
Well, you don't have to. You don't actually have to kiss the tank. You just you just have to. You can also just give them a high five. See, the interesting thing there, Nosrild, is my question is, what role do you main and what role does your friend main? Oh, your tank friend. That is interesting, that they are tank and they want tanks to do it. And you're a DPS and you want the DPS to do it. I feel like both of you are sort of a selfless player. The reason why logically, it makes better sense for the unexploded player to come to the tank, is because the tanks have fixed positions. Whereas who doesn't explode is it's a random roll. There are 2 out of 6 players. So it can actually be difficult for the tank to find them. There's of course the fact that you have plenty of time, so it might be fine. And if the person that didn't explode was a mage or a healer, then it is easier for the tank to do it. Also that, Yannick, the not hit player does not have their vision obstructed by a giant explosion. That's actually a really good point. But yeah, that's the thing, is that the selling point of tank moves is that all 4 tanks can move for free. Whereas, like, in your average group composition, half of the 6 players that could be hit might be impeded by having to move. But there is indeed also the argument that Bocage comes with, is that, like, I'm just saying, I find it really fascinating that people are like, Mario Kart, Mario Kart, Mario Kart, which screws over casters like crazy, but for some reason that one is okay. Then we get to this mechanic, and it would actually be easier if the casters moved, and now suddenly, no boy, don't have the casters move, how could you? It's like 5 seconds. Use triple cast or something if you're a black mage, right? You can move. So it's just funny how it flip-flops like that. Also that Penguin Vader. Black mage can just teleport to the tank. With a swift cast. Although then they have, still use an instant to move away again.
Well,
but
the
yeah,
tank could move away.
They could also move away, yes. But then they have to, like... Well, I guess they could move anywhere. The other players are not going to explode, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That is true. That is a solution. The tanks just, like... That might be something we should talk about. How do we want to do this? Because if we have the person that didn't explode come to the tank, then there's nothing preventing, like, the tank to come to, like, here, right? Like, move closer to the potential candidates. Although, or maybe at least here. It's like they're a little closer. And then just move out of the way once they passed it on. How do you all want to do it? Any opinions?
Personally, the reason why I'm in favor of having the tank move is so that the DPS healers that don't explode need to track who the other DPS healers who didn't explode, so they don't fight over one tank's debuff.
That is a good point.
That's why I am personally in favor of the tanks moving. And if you just look backwards, you can relatively well see the entire party, or you see which players lost HP. And the tanks can then just...
People usually run to mid to give unexploded people space and for heals. So... But yeah, I see what you mean. It could be a case of the two the 2 players that didn't explode are on the far left. Doesn't that also happen for the tanks, where the tanks might fight over unexploded boys? We could, but logically speaking, if I was looking for one, I would start from here, right? I would preferably start, like, because my position is like here. I would start over here, like look this person, this person, this person, like look this way around, while Ham looks like the other way around. Like that is something that can be solved.
I think that might be easier, like guy goes counterclockwise, Ham goes clockwise, and then the person that didn't get hit just walks a couple steps forward to make it easier to spot, maybe.
I mean, yeah, like if we don't have the chaos of having people dead as the mechanic happens, there'll be better
That's
space for us
also
to,
a
you know,
good point.
look. Because the thing that I saw that made it really hard for me is I looked back as the explosion happened, and I saw explosion on myself, I saw an explosion here, I saw an explosion here, but I didn't see one here. But I also saw that there was a dead player. So I was like, where are they? So, like, I wasn't sure where to go. So what do we do?
We could also just have both sides move towards each other. Just have both move.
I mean,
High five in the middle.
the logic of tanks moving to the middle is that they're easy, like that it's easier to like know where to go. It like if both tanks are going to the middle, it doesn't really matter who you're like aiming for. If you have two players coming over from this side, you know, one of them is clearly coming first, right?
Yeah, that
Maybe.
could work. Question is, what happens when when you pass one debuff, the debuff off, you get, I'm not quite sure how long, but you get the debuff that stops you from receiving the explosion again for a short time. So now the question is if
That's not
can one
particularly
person-
helpful, Morbereth, because I wouldn't be able to homegang the second mustard bomb. So that would just be kicking the ball down the street. And then I don't know how to do it when the second one comes.
Also, the other half of the party still needs to do it correctly.
If people are dead. That's true, but
And
then
another
again...
if you were to invuln the first mustard bomb, I could invuln during the second mustard bomb, and each time we would only have to resolve one second explosions, if it can be invulned.
I think it can, because that was what people said, you could invuln the second one. So it can be invulned. I think. I think that's a bad idea. We've only had like one good try on that, so maybe we should also just say...
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe just try and get there with 8 alive.
Yeah. It is a
And
good idea to
also
know which
with-
one we're going with, and I would say... A starting point would be that the tanks try and look for who is the unexploded. Just maybe a good question is, could we maybe like go into formation so that we can see if everyone knows where they're supposed to be for that mechanic? Okay. That is good. I was worried that was some that was like, I don't know where my position is. Right, so that kind of helps, because then I at least know which DPS and which healer I need to check, like in what order.
Keep in mind for those spots as well, you want to be in the middle of the square. Because
I know.
the AoE is
Yeah,
larger
that's
than
true.
the square.
The reason why I'm standing here is because I
Oh,
know
yeah,
that
no,
we can
for
get
the
pretty
most-
close, but...
Mhm.
That works. I will probably try to, like, best I can, flip my camera and see if I can see who doesn't explode and then just go. But it's probably not a bad idea if you see that you're not the one exploding to, you know, be a team player, right? Like, it looks like the tank can't find me. Maybe I should move.
Yeah, that's what I was saying as well.
Or
like
s-
the
or, you
person
know-
that doesn't get hit moves a bit close. Doesn't have necessarily all the way, but just a couple steps forward to make it easier to spot.
Yeah.
Because then you can basically look at the person that is not in the middle of their square.
Cat says I could give one slide cast in your direction. I mean, that is actually a lot, because Red Mage is like, if you slide cast that, that's 3 seconds of movement or something. Actually, it's 3.5 seconds of movement. If you slide cast it. Right, now that we've spent a good like 10 minutes discussing that, let's do another 5 attempts not seeing the mechanic. And that's also true, Nozerel. If both parties are trying to move towards each other, there's a possibility that we just run through each other with no result.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's great wings! Ha! A wickedly divine!
Front. Front and out. Front and out. DPS baits. DPS baits out. Healers in a donut. Healers in a donut. Healers in a donut. Tanks in a circle. Ranged in a donut. Melee's in a circle. Raid wide.
There is
Cardinals.
no limit to Electrope's potential.
She's gathering ether, but to what end?
1 and 3. One pairs. One pairs. One pairs. Was it not 1?
It was 4. I was not 100% sure whether I should correct, but
You should always correct.
yeah, the problem is I was only 80% sure. And I did not know how sure you were, so I was... Well, I could either do the wrong call and correct. Basically, it was a coin flip.
Let me put it like this. Many times tonight, I'm pretty sure, I think it has been Shaq saying, yes, that's correct, after I've said what the order is. So yeah, if you see it and go, I think he's wrong. If you think I'm wrong, then I'm probably wrong. So you just correct it if you think I'm wrong.
This is nothing personal,
I think this was the first time you were wrong today.
That's good at least.
So,
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's great wings! Ha! A wickedly divine!
Front. Back. DPS bait. DPS bait in. Healers bait, it's a circle. Healers in a circle. Healers in a circle. Oh, whoops. Tanks in a donut. Melee's in a circle. Melee's in a donut. Raid wide.
There is no limit
Cardinals.
to Electro's potential.
He's gathering ether, but to what end?
1 and 3. Is that
1 and
right
3.
this time? 1 and 3. 1 and pairs. 1 and pairs. That's nice of her. Oh, you wanted it this way? Then let's do it that way. Clock spots.
How's this?
Spread positions. Naomi.
Ah, that's bad.
I think that means we're wiping.
Yeah. Oh,
Take this!
Just wipe it.
you could almost call this living.
Almost.
Close enough.
I love the like the double-digit HP survive. And then see you have a dot still ticking like uh-oh.
Oh no. I remember others said that the way they keep track of which side is safe is they look at her tail, and hey, if it works for you. But it's a classic. I've done that too, by the way. And that's even funnier because my spot is really, really close to the middle.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your
So I'm like,
To the middle.
what?
You want close to the middle? I'm inside of the boss hitbox in the middle.
Oh, well, relatively speaking, like my spot is like, it's really, really not very important whether it's left or right for me, and I still had it wrong.
One needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's great wings. Ha! A
Back.
wickedly divine.
Front. Sorry. Support bait out. That's on me. I think we should maybe wipe it, or what? Nope. It's tanks in a donut. Yes, tanks in a donut. I think we can save that. Sorry, Naomi.
On their feet. What creature?
Tanks in a donut. Healers in a circle. Melee's in a donut. Ranged in a circle. Raid wide.
stroke's potential.
Cardinals.
She's gathering Eva, but to what end?
2-4.
2-4. Thank you. 2 pairs. We saw the mechanic after Mustard Bomb. Clock spots in Ridley. Don't remember if that's before or after you left.
We actually saw the 2 mechanics after Mustard Bomb.
Mm-hmm. Pairs?
I thought you had a debuff. I saw that 100% wrong.
I
Sorry
mean...
about that. That one, yeah.
You decided to guarantee that we wiped instead, or what?
Yeah, my brain just went,
In that particular scenario, you
That
just have to
direction.
own it, right? You just have to go, well, I'm in the correct spot.
no, I completely forgot about the cleave, and my thought process was, well, we are both tanks, so we can just solo the stack.
Sure, but you soloed the stag at the wrong place.
Yes, that was the problem.
And I think I have told you the story of my friend that was too helpful with Cloak of Shadows in World of Warcraft. He was told, we don't want to give you special treatment. Just do the mechanic right, even though it means we lose out on an invuln. Just do the mechanic right. Because every time he got targeted, he would be screaming on like the voice comms, I can solo it, as he sprints off into Narnia. Like, just do it right. It's easier instead of you having to evaluate that, oh, my stack partner is actually a tank, so we don't actually have to stack. Like, where am I going in that equation? What caused that one, Brilliant, is Ham dashed, like, survived the stack marker. That is irrelevant, but because he also took the half room cleave, he went up to 4, right?
I was the 3 charge,
Yes.
so I went up to 5. What? No, I
You went up to 4 because you
Yes.
were a late 2 charge, which is a 3 charge.
Yeah, I went up to 4. I was just overcharged and my brain was somewhere else. Also, to make all of that even worse, I used the wrong defensive to solo that.
Did you use Hallowed Ground?
Yes!
I can solo this. You're like
I'm
a
supposed to
different
use-
part of your brain coming into the room. Like, don't you need that one for a tank buster later? What?
I'm supposed to use Guardian to solo that.
That's still wrong. You're not supposed to solo it.
I know.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
That was pretty funny. Oh no, Kai is wrong. I'll have to save the day. Dooms the raid.
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's great wings! Ha! A
Front.
wickedly divine!
Oop. Front and out. Front and out. Support bait. Support bait's in. Tanks bait. It's a circle. Tanks in a circle. Tanks in a circle. Healers in a donut. Melees in a circle. Uh-oh. Ranged in a donut.
They're done. Is it over already?
Great wide.
They're still in it, but for how long?
There is no limit to
Cardinals.
Electrode's potential.
She's gathering ether, but to what end?
2 and 4.
Yeah, 2 4.
4 pairs. 4 pairs. Clock spots.
How's this?
Spread positions.
Take this!
I remembered in the last second that I had to go somewhere.
Electrope has many uses. Watch and learn.
Oh, look at that
Right.
laser cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
I'll erase you.
That
That's
doesn't look
bad.
quite right.
Yep.
How was I the one that lived? Brilliant says, how does one determine the order of baits? What determines the order of baits is basically she just chooses the closest and the furthest, right? And we just decided that if like the first close bait is done by tanks, the second close bait is done by melees, the first far bait is done by healers, the second far bait is done by ranged. And yes, I did, Terrell. It's a combination of to maintain uptime. It's also just that because of ranged and healers being ranged, there's no reason for them to take the melee spots. Essentially.
This is
return to the ring!
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
His great wings! Ha! A wickedly
Back.
divine!
Back. Support baits. Support baits in. Healers bait. It's a circle. Healers in a circle. Healers in a circle. Tanks in a donut. Range in a circle. Uh-oh. Chaos.
Oh my! The challenger went down hard. They're back on their feet. What crit?
There is no limit to
Cardinals.
Electrode's
What's up?
potential.
I messed up my rotation. Nothing important.
He's gathering ether, but to what end?
2 and 4.
Yep.
Four pairs. 4 pairs. 4 pairs. Clock spots.
How's this?
Uh-oh.
And they're down! Is it over already?
Pairs.
Shoot it goes. No, there we go.
They're still in it! But for how long?
Are we dead? Yes.
Mostly.
Well, from what I could see, to the panic things in the chat, it looked to me like Zip ran to one spot and then used White Mage Zoop to like zoop over to where he was actually supposed to be. And I don't think it's the first time he's done it tonight. I don't know if it's intentional.
I also dashed in too soon, so I took the anchor and my debuff,
This is nothing
which made
personal,
Naomi
but I
die
must
during
have your
the
soul.
pair.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
Hey Liv, hope you're doing well.
His great wings! Ha! A
Front.
wickedly divine!
Front. The Pierce Bait. Pierce Bait out. Healer's Bait, it's a donut. Healer's in a donut. Healer's in a donut. Tanks in a circle. Range in a donut. Melee's in a circle.
There is no limit to
Cardinals?
Electrope's potential.
It is gathering ether, but to what end?
2 and 4.
Two and four.
2 and 4. 2 spreads. 2 spreads. Clock spots.
How's this?
Spread positions.
Take this!
Hey, Heart Station. You could say that, yes.
Electrope has many uses. Watch and learn.
Oh, look at that
Right.
laser cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
I'll erase you.
Swap.
No,
Information positions.
cannot die here. I have no choice but to surrender to Electrope.
Wicked Thunder is discharging vast amounts of ether!
I will not fail.
Make your way
Get
to
over
south to
here.
C. Let's see if we can get some heals.
Wee.
Oh! I have reprisal.
She's taken Electrope into her body and unleashed a new funnel soul!
Oh boy.
Center.
In.
Did you get it?
Yeah,
I
I
think
got
you
it.
did. Good.
Right side safe first.
She's using Electrope to convert her body's ether!
Oh, wow.
That hurt.
Go to use shake for that.
Top right.
Yeah.
Oh, there was a mechanic I wasn't looking at.
Is it over already?
Yeah, for the second hit, it's both the exhaust and the either in or out from the boss itself.
Ah, yeah, that was what got us then.
How did this work?
Back on their feet!
Birds look at safe spots. So north and south.
Oh yeah. That thing has also pairs and spreads with it.
That was a big proc though. That was pretty big. So
Let's see.
just to review, it was the right move when we started to see the first clones like get spawned that we were all hanging out in the center. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, that
Yes.
was the
Yes.
right move. Okay. And then we're supposed to like look at the first two clones, see what quadrant is safe, move,
Yes.
and then we look at the next pair to see what next quadrant is safe. But we also have to look at the boss to see whether it's in or out.
Yes.
Yes.
Right. And then she goes, nice one, anyway, and then summons like 8 more things. By the way, Shaq, this has not, like, just checking, are you here, Shaq?
Yeah, we're just about to go AFK, but I'm here.
Okay, just 1 second. Like, I just wanted to make sure because I saw you were like all the way in the back. Like if my spot is A, then like you're safe to be on B. For the mustard bomb thing. I just noticed that you were like an extra slot further back. That was just what I wanted to mention. Like if it worked fine for you, go for it. I just wanted to mention you don't have to be that far back. Right. So then the 8 clones. What? What do we do there?
Split up in like melee/range pairs. So Yumi top left, and Naomi top right, Shaq, Cat bottom left, and then I believe it's the birds that are a donut. So
Yes.
you move towards the bird that's closest to you.
You move to the bird that is close to you. Okay. And they're like. I'm guessing
move
that
to the
it's a
boss.
case. I'm guessing it's a case of there are 8 clones, and they go bird, not bird, bird, not bird.
No, they can
No.
be bird, they can all be cannons. It's just
Oh boy.
a set of birds or a set of cannons. And it's random which is which. And I think in addition to that we also have pairs
Yeah.
or spreads at that time, but I'm not sure what determines the pairs or spread.
The cast bar of the boss. Scattered is spread for the first one, and then pairs for the second.
Okay.
And
And you do you take basically the clone or the safe spot in your quadrant, I think. It's
Just to clarify, the cannons, do they shoot a line or is it a circle?
yes,
They shoot
they
a line.
shoot a line
Where do they shoot?
into the middle of the
straight in
room.
front of them.
Oh.
So X mark, basically. Or a plus, depending on where they spawn.
So basically, if it's birds, the safe spot is where the clone is spawning. If it's cannon, it's where where the clone is not spawning.
Oh. Oh, right. For some reason in my mind, it felt like all 8 clones spawned all at once. I'm guessing they come in 2 sets then?
Yes,
Yes.
Okay.
the same speed difference as the first clone set.
So, if we have spreads, then pairs, and birds resolving first, how do we do that? How big are those spreads?
You want to be on the outside of the, like, towards the outer edge of the donuts.
So you're out of the donuts.
No,
No.
like, close to the edge of the donut.
Oh, okay.
Basically, you see the circle that spawns the bird. You want to stand on the edge of that spawning circle.
Right.
I believe, like, if you have the spread, person is standing in the middle of this square, for example.
Yeah.
I believe it should be about this big.
According to Nozarel, the spreads are pretty much the same size as the small blue dot mechanic from Iron Cannon.
Oh, in that case, you can almost hug each other.
Yeah, almost. Okay, like that's the thing, is that you hear it's a spread mechanic, you're like, how much are we talking here? Like, but now that helps a lot. You have
Are we
room for
talking-
2 in a donut, same as honeybee. Ah. I guess.
Honeybee spreads are massive.
These are pretty big as well, from what I can see. Let's see, screenshots, sort by dates. Put it in
That helps a lot. For some reason in my mind, all 8 clones spawned at once. But so what you're saying is all 8 clones could be cannons.
Yes.
And all 8 clones could be birds.
Yes.
And they
So you're
spawn
right.
in
I think
sets
we-
of
I think
4?
so.
They spawn in
Yes,
sets
yes.
of 4. And is it going to be random whether the intercardinals or cardinal clones spawn first?
No clue. I
Good
think so.
question.
Didn't get mentioned.
There's
so
also
I'm
the-
assuming it can be random.
The strat says it's random. So I'm just to make sure that we're on the same page. I'm guessing that kind of means like we don't have the circle, the circle marker here for that. But I'm guessing that we're kind of in the classic situation of like the pair that goes to the northwest go to the north and the northwest.
That
Like to 1 and A,
in
right?
the Hector
Yeah.
guide, they say you rotate counterclockwise to adjust. But we could do.
No,
could
I don't
do-
care.
I think
I'm
clock-
asking. I'm not dictating.
I think
I'm asking.
clockwise can be easier for us because then it's the same color marker you go to.
But the thing is, we don't have the markers when that mechanic comes, so...
Oh, never mind then.
Assuming we are having this markers, that would mean we would be dodging in one color.
Yes.
No, because these marks are on this platform. We are on the other platform at that point.
We can see them in the distance.
So
They're behind the boss.
just to then go back to the guide says, for instance, you and I, Milo, we're in the northwest, right?
Yes.
Yes. So that means we go to 1 if... Well, actually...
We start at 1, then it depends on what clones spawn and in which spots.
Right. So,
Say
just so that we
it's-
can go over each option. If we are discussing, I think it's Midnight Sabbath.
Yeah.
We go to 1.
Mhm.
It's a bird, and it's on 1. So we
Then
do
we
the
stay
mechanic
there.
on 1.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's a
And
cannon. What's if it's a cannon? Then what do we do? Do we
we-
then
still on 1?
like yeah? I'm just trying to like run through all of the
Yeah.
potential options. If it's a cannon on 1, then what do we do?
The Hector guide says we rotate clockwise, so we would go towards D.
Okay, so we just go to D.
Mhm.
We still do that if we have spreads.
Yeah. I
Okay.
think it's always.
Yeah, I mean,
spreads
it makes sense
pairs.
because if it's like, oh, well, if it's a cannon on 1, then you split on either side because then, like, I mean, there's a possibility that you then bonk your head into the group on 2, right? So it makes sense you just go counterclockwise over to D then. Like, ultimately, it doesn't matter. We just have to agree. If so the other option is we go to 1. The first clone in the D1 quadrant. Like if we just say that we're doing the counterclockwise strat, we go to 1. It's a donut on D, so then we go to D.
Yes.
Hey, thank you so much for the super chat, Hard Station. I actually have a like tank starter guide of some sort. That might help you with this and that. I put a link to that here. I also have guides for all of the jobs that might also help. I also have a video like going over like common mistakes of tanks. But it is a little difficult to give like specific tips because there's so much. For this, like a big part of what we're doing is we just know because we've practiced and practiced. Yeah, thank you so much for the super chat. Right, sorry. So if we go to 1, the first clone in the D1 quadrant is a bird. So there's a donut on D. Then we go to D and resolve. If it's a cannon, then we stay on 1.
Yeah.
Okay. So do we go counterclockwise or clockwise? Opinions?
Wonderful.
Let's see. I think so, Shaq. I think it is the same pairings as melees and ranged from M3.
Yeah.
Caetsu prefer following Hexaguide. Hexaguide was counterclockwise. Yes.
Yeah, correct.
Steve says if you want markers on the second platform, you could do the uptime markers. You mean these? We could, but I feel like we're still messing up a lot on phase 1 enough that I think it's better that we keep these. Welcome back, Exoda. We actually got to Midnight Sabbath.
And promptly exploded.
Well, I mean, we didn't promptly explode. We just kind of... We got... Like, we did exactly what I've said before, is that imagine if we beat the boss tonight. There's so many mechanics we haven't seen that when we actually see a new mechanic like that, it's just like... Like, I guessed that we had to stand in the middle for the mechanic. To some degree, I wasn't even standing in the middle deliberately. I was just kind of like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do, so I'll just stand here where everyone else is.
I only remembered because I saw Ham get there solo the time before. So it's like, oh yeah, right, you drop a big puddle.
I completely forgot about the big puddle when I got there solo because I was so busy dying to auto attacks.
Really, and I have guides up on the channel right now for all jobs except Gunbreaker, Reaper, Summoner, and Scholar. I'll just do another ready check. Yeah, we have time for like one or two good attempts. $16 more pulls. I have to be really quick then.
Must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
His great wings! Ha! A wickedly
Front.
divine!
Backing out. Backing out. Wipe it.
Oh my!
Yeah.
The challenger went down hard.
I'm working on it, Nozarel. The only reason why I could list those 4 jobs is simply because I have a table where I'm like, done, 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 not done. Things like that.
We're on pace.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
His great wings! Ha! A
Back.
wickedly divine!
Front and out. Front and out. DPS bait. DPS bait out. Healers bait, it's a circle. Healers in a circle. Healers in a circle. Whoops. Tanks in a donut. Range in the circle. Uh-oh. Melee in the donut.
The challenger went down hard.
I didn't quite see what went wrong with Aradil there.
They're still in it, but for how long?
There is no limit
Cardinals?
to Electro's potential.
That could be another ult.
He's gathering Eva, but to what end?
1 and 2.
Think so.
Yeah.
1. Spread. 1. Spread. Clock spots.
How's this?
Spread positions. That is a lot of damage.
Take this! Electrope has many uses. Watch and learn.
Oh, look at that massive cannon. Her skills are
Oh,
as
right.
sharp as ever.
I'm sorry.
I'll erase you.
Swap. Swap.
Oh wow. Oh, I've inbound very early.
I'll take note of that. Information positions.
I cannot die here. I have no choice but to surrender to Electrope.
Wicked Thunder is discharging vast amounts of ether!
I will not fail.
Egad! Something is growing from her body!
Ow.
Oh, that's bad.
Will hold.
Yeah.
It must. Ah! Ah!
Wee. Ooh.
She's taken Electrope into her body and unleashed a new fellow soul! back on their feet. What crit?
Ah. That's
Yeah.
slow. So yeah, really, the intermission AoEs are randomly hitting supports or DP or all DPS. What happened there is that the 4 lasers that she does will target, I believe, the same players that got hit by the AoE, and it's like a wild charge effect, which means it's like a pair stack. But the first person in the line takes a lot more damage than the second. But if anyone is dead when the laser beams come out, then she'll just shoot someone else. And that means that she can put 2 lasers on top of each other, and you just can't survive that. So, long story short, if anyone dies, then like hopefully they die after the laser. Otherwise, half the raid dies pretty much. Go ahead, Han.
Or you can die to the AoE application and be lucky. Or I think at that point it's random.
It's like the moment that we're missing players, it's kind of random. But yeah, the sad part is that because we had a death, it was sort of inevitable. Like, that laser that is supposed to go on the dead player has the choice of 4 players to choose instead, and only one of them will result in you possibly only losing 1 person. Right. We don't have time for another attempt. The question is whether we should go out, short break, and then take like whatever we have left of the hour, or if we should just say that was that. Depends on how fried people are feeling.
I'm still good to go for a bit, but depends on the others as well.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
You know, Sip, that would have been kind of funny, but you also killed everyone else. I might be able to see it after this stream, Yannick. How about I do a ready check? If you're good to continue for a bit more, that is not a full 2 hours, it's just however much we have left of the hour after a small break. Then you click yes. Otherwise, you just click no if you're like, I'm actually done.
You're done.
Alright, well, we have a short break, and then we go in for like, I don't know, like 30 or 40 more minutes. In the meantime, I'll be right back. And I'm actually restored. Alright, I'm back. Whoops. Yes, let me repair a single item. I'll just start doing small ready checks to see if people are back. Think you guys can clear in an hour? Nope. We're probably going to prog a little bit more. But that'll be that. Hey Harry, hope you're doing well. Yep, everyone's back. How's the prog going? We reached Midnight Sabbath.
We reached Midnight Sabbath with almost everyone alive.
Yes. Didn't we have everyone alive? Pretty sure everyone was alive. Hey Cole, hope you're doing well.
Well, some players died to the cleaves and all that stuff before, so...
I mean, the Cleaves is technically Midnight Sabbath.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is.
Oh yeah, I was thinking of the thing with the birds and the cannons. Yeah, Twilight Sabbath is the one where we got to with alive, and Midnight Sabbath is the one with the birds and the cannons.
Right. In that case,
Or
we
something
got
like
to
that.
Midnight Sabbath with people alive. I guess. We got to the second Sabbath. There.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's great wings! Ha! A wicked
Front.
divine!
Backing out. DPS baits. DPS baits out. Tanks bait in a donut. Tanks in a donut. Tanks in a donut. Healers in the circle. Melees in the donut. Naomi?
My! The challenger went down hard.
A little closer, Naomi. Great White?
They're back on their feet. What grit?
There is no limit to Electro's potential.
Cardinals?
She's gathering ether, but to what end?
1 and 2.
Yep.
Two spreads. 2 spreads. Ow.
And they're done.
What?
Is it over already? They're still in it, but for how long?
Clock spots.
How's this?
spread positions.
Take this! Electrope has many uses. Watch and learn.
Oh, look at that
Right.
laser cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
I think that's going to be difficult to survive.
I'll erase you.
Swap. I'm pretty sure Naomi will die from having a stack at the end. Just for the record.
Yeah.
No,
Intermission positions.
cannot die here. I have no choice but to surrender to Electrope.
I'm not 100% sure how that worked out, but it did.
Wicked Thunder is discharging vast amounts of ether.
I will not fail.
Egad! Something is growing from her body.
Nice.
My body will
Make your way to C.
it must. Ah! Ah!
Boing.
Oof. I have reprisal.
She's taken Electrope into her body and unleashed a new fellow soul.
In. It's knockback from the left, yeah?
Yeah.
Yep, and then from the right.
She's using
Fly
Electrope to
to the
convert
left.
her body's ether.
Middle. And center.
Well, at least that one doesn't deal too much damage.
Remember to spread.
Ah. A little further. That was pass and spread. Didn't we do that? Milo, at least. Didn't we do that? What
so.
killed us?
I think the double cannon curse thing. Like that's weird. Let me look.
Hmm. Yeah, if it's cannons, then you basically have to go to the second spot. But what confuses me is that I'm pretty sure that I was in the correct spot, or you know, I'm pretty sure that it was both out of the cannon's way and also not too close to Milo.
I think we did still clip each other because I see you getting to magical Von.
I think I also took like a lot of 9s in damage, which is usually a pretty good sign that something went wrong. But I might have seen that wrong. It at least says in my battle log that you took 2 million damage from something.
Sounds lethal.
Yes.
Could also be that it's.
Cole says you got double baited. It's a body check. Oh. So what you're saying is because someone else died at some point, it didn't matter what we did?
That could very well be, yeah. Because 4 people died with the first 4 cannons.
Was the first cannons spread or stack?
Stack.
Ah.
It was called the spell she was casting was called Concentrated Blast, right?
Correct. Concentrated is stack and
It's stack and then
scatter
spread.
for spread.
I specifically remember that you said it was scattered for spread first, and then I guess I missed what the second one was. So I just went, well, it isn't scattered, so... The spread went twice to some people. Right. Thank you, Ben. And Ko. That is really a shame also, because it means that you can't, like, it makes it hard to see if you did it right. But hey, we got further. And even on, like, an attempt where I feel like we had a lot of random mistakes, like, that's pretty wild.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's great wings! Ha! A
Front.
wickedly divine!
Back. Support baits. Support baits in. Tanks bait in a donut. Whoops. Tanks in a donut. Healers in a circle. Melees in a donut.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
Oh my! The challenger went down hard.
That's why I position at half range.
They're back on their
Raid
feet.
wide?
What grit?
There is no limit to Electro's
Cardinals?
potential.
She's gathering Eva, but to what end?
1 and
1
2?
and 2.
1 and 2. Thank you. 2. Spreads. 2. Spreads.
Wait a second, did I manage to die without misaligning anything? Not even my GCG timings?
Clock spots. Clock spots.
How's this?
PS.
Take this! Electrope has many uses. Watch and learn.
Oh, look at that
Left.
cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
Can we res Naomi quick? Oh, I think we... was that 3 reses?
I'll
Yeah.
erase you.
Uh,
No. I cannot
Information
die
positions?
here. I have no choice but to surrender to Electrope.
Wicked Thunder is discharging vast amounts of ether!
Uh-oh.
I will not fail.
Something is growing from her body.
I almost goofed that because I was looking at something else.
My body will hold. It must.
Get to see.
Ooh.
Blap.
She's taken electrope into her body.
I have
and
reprisal.
unleashed a new battle soul. And they're down. Is it over?
Center.
They're still in it, but for how long?
What's up, mate?
Oh no.
Yeah.
Couldn't make it. It was Naomi and Aradel.
Correct.
She's using electrope to convert her body's ether.
I mean, on your end, Naomi, you got one, right?
Yeah.
I
I was
think.
trying to avoid Aradil.
Yeah, you're right, Ben. That's what I should have done. Center.
Spreads first.
We had deaths. Same thing as last time. Yeah, I will say for the mustard bomb, I know that it is like, well, the tanks need to find one to pass it to, but this one just goes out to everyone. Like, pay attention to whether you got hit or not. If you don't see a tank coming to you, then there's something wrong if you didn't explode.
That was the worst possible line.
Like the only like equal problematic line would have been if it had been Milo and Cat.
I just saw two DPS fighting about who gets my debuff.
Yeah, I get that, Erdal. The problem is that each tank needs to be touched specifically. And I guess Ham quickly ran to Naomi. Was Naomi the furthest to the right? Like Naomi is over here, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so
Yes.
that means that in that specific scenario, technically, I should have paired with Aradil because I go counterclockwise around the entire set, and that means I find Aradil, whereas Ham goes clockwise and finds Naomi. So like that is the confusing part, and I'm not saying that it's easy, and I'm not saying oh you messed up in particular. Like I had trouble finding someone as well, so like it's not easy. I'm not saying that, but that was the thing is that if you have an extra eye on like if in the particular scenario where it's a real problem, right? Specifically with Cat Milo or Naomi Aradel, there's a reasonable chance that you can see that it, like in your immediate column, no one exploded. Coltrus says that's why most people and Party Finder now opt for the DPS healers go to the tanks. See, the thing is, Coltrus, is that I'm pretty sure the reason Aradel went for Ham or tried to was because it was such an unbelievably unlikely scenario that Aradel was supposed to pair with me. The only situation out of all the combos where Aradel needs to pair with me is if the other one is Naomi. So it's like, it was, out of all the different combinations, there was only one, and that was the one. So like,
And
that
most
one's
likely,
difficult.
If we have like DPS healers go to tank, probably both would have still gone to Ham.
Exactly. As I said, like, the only thing you can do there is, like, if it's that absurd, be like, did you see an explosion in front of you? Did you see an explosion immediately behind you? Like, I was specifically looking at my side and saw that everyone exploded. So I was like, wait. It's like, I'm just going over, that's what happened. But that is the best we can do is try to help each other.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
His grave wings! Ha! A wicked
Front.
divide!
Backing out. Backing out. Wipe it.
Oh my! The challenger went down hard.
%5 is a little low.
Yeah, you don't say.
Well, 7. No, I was at 6% before. That was fine.
6%, that sounds like it would possibly break if you needed multiple reses in one attempt.
Yeah, I just assume if I take 3 reses that we're wiping.
Fair, I guess.
Though it would be more like 4 or 5 reses.
This is
I
nothing
think.
personal, but I must have your soul.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
You did not, Rillian.
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
His grave wings! Ha! A wickedly
Back.
divide!
Back. front. DPS baits. DPS baits in. Alright, we wipe it again.
The challenger went down hard.
This is like the showcase as to why I said we're going for the rest of the hour.
If the pulls go like this, I wouldn't have needed the repair.
You would. If they're going like this, you would absolutely need them.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring.
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's great wings. Ha! A
Front.
wickedly divine.
Backing out. Backing out. DPS baits. DPS baits in. Tanks in a circle. Tanks in a circle. Tanks in a circle. Healers in a donut. Melees in a circle. Ranged in a donut.
There is no limit to Electro's
Cardinals.
potential.
She's gathering ether, but to what end?
2 and 4.
Yeah.
Four spreads. 4 spreads. Clock spots.
How's this?
Spread positions.
Take this! Electrope has many uses. Watch and learn.
Oh, look at that
Right.
laser cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
That doesn't look right. There are a lot of people over here.
Oh my! The challenger went down hard.
Ouch. Ah, nice.
One last try? Yeah, I did see that too, Nozarel. It was quite impressive that they made it on EE2.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
I must have your soul.
Thunder has returned to the ring.
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's growing wings. Ha! Oh,
Back.
wickedly divine.
Front. DPS baits. DPS baits out. Healers bait. Healers into circle. Healers into circle. Oh, right. Tanks in a donut. Arranged in a circle. Melees and a donut. Tank privilege and all that.
There is no
You dropped your crown, King. Cardinals.
He's gathering ether, but to what end?
One and
three.
1 and 3. Thank you. 1 pairs. 1 pairs. 1 pairs. Clock spots.
how's this?
Uh-oh.
And they're done. Is it over already?
Pairs?
Oh
Well,
my! The challenger went down
That was
hard.
me.
Good luck.
thanks. Ka!
Ah, didn't work out.
You can do it, Ardell!
We have a healer.
Get her! Get her! Oh. You can do it, Sim! Get her!
Two-person iron cluster, let's go.
I think he just got interrupted by an auto attack.
Watch and learn.
He did.
I'm going to try my best.
Oh, look at that massive cannon.
I made it!
Whee!
I'll erase you.
Ow. Just build LB3 and heal LB it. Right. Well, I think that'll be that. But I do think it's pretty promising that we had 2 attempts back to back where we got to phase 2 reasonably healthy.
We also, when we got the jump, we generally survived the crosstail switch.
Yes. And we've also gotten better at surviving the exaflare stuff.
Also, we got better at the implant.
At the what?
Electrode implant with transition.
Yes.
The pizza.
Yeah, the pizza. Oh man, imagine if someone just got explained how all these mechanics were without ever seeing the fight. Like, the pizza? Like, just get like a picture of Wicked Thunder and like, what? And just imagine like Wicked Thunder with like a cap or something. Like, get your pizza! And Aradel? You don't have to apologize for the mistakes. Like, not like that. You can say sorry when it happens. But that's it. Like, mistake happens. We talk about it. Then that's that. Like, that's the end of it. Like, I know this might be a little scary to mention on stream, and I'm going to keep it not specific to anyone, but I know that there are some in the raid team that legitimately feel like they're not Savage Raider material and that like they're misplaced in the group. And every time it's been brought up, I've said, well, how would you have beaten the 3 prior fights if you weren't Savage Raider material? And we're progressing. Sure, it might take longer than some other groups. So what? There are multiple people in this raid team that are first-timers to Savage raiding, or have not Savage raided in years, or have raided hardcore somewhere else but haven't done it in years. Everyone in the team are valuable players. And as long as you're trying your best, and as long as we're progressing, then I wouldn't say that you're unfit for the group. And even if we stall a bit sometimes, that still doesn't mean that you're unfit for the group. As long as we can help each other, that's good enough. And thank you, Nazareld. And I did see it. Thank you. But genuinely, I can say, as I said, without being specific, that we have people in the raid team that are afraid that they're not good enough. And I disagree. And I don't think that it would be beneficial to replace anyone in the group. Like, of course, if we replace someone with someone who has already cleared M4S, it might be easier, but it doesn't help. Like, that it helps in the wrong kind of way. And we don't need to replace anyone. So I don't think anyone in the group should need to worry about that. That goes out to anyone in the raid team that are like, oh, man, I did bad again. No, we progged. And even if we didn't, no one's mad. No one's mad. thank you, Nozerald. Nozerald says, so the biggest skill expression in Final Fantasy raids is that when you make a plan, you can execute it, and your raiders do that. They improve themselves pull after pull. That's a great raider. Exactly. Except the warrior. Oof. But yes, exactly. And that is also the thing, is that sometimes we make, like, the funny thing is that we had a huge amount of problems with Witch Hunt. Maybe more than what is normal, because because in our team, it isn't unusual for people to, like, overshoot to be sure. And Witch Hunt and Cannon, a gun?
Iron Cluster.
Yes, are two mechanics that punish that kind of behavior. There isn't a correct answer, and if you try to draw outside of the box, you die. And that makes it difficult. If you are the kind of person that, like, wants to help a little bit more. Like, some of you probably saw that when we did, like, for example, M4S Reclears, is that Milo, whenever we have a dive with spreads, Milo is like twice as far away at times than he has to be. Just to make sure that if I need it, I can, like, lean a little further to the left. And, like, that's just extra, like, to help, right? Exactly, Chief Hunter. We've progged. We cleared everything before M4S. So that's also an accomplishment. And to be a Savage Raider doesn't mean that you have to, like, you don't even have to clear the tier. That just, like, that kind of ranks where you are, but, like, if you're Savage Raiding and you're getting somewhere and you're trying your best, that's good enough to call yourself a Savage Raider. A neutral specialty wields a gun. So I just wanted to reiterate that we're fine. And thank you, Coltrus. That is also one thing that we often hear from people, that it's a little wild to raid for 6 hours. Yeah.
Wow, we had her down to 35%.
Was that the lowest we got her?
No, we had 32%.
Huh. That's... Given that we've been told that there's not that much left of the fight, I hope what's left is really long. Otherwise,
style.
Yeah. Or we have a huge hill to climb on the damage.
We had well, we didn't really have any deaths for that pull where we had her down that much, so
Gold's Savage tiers also ramp in difficulty. Most turn 4s take like 3 to 5 times more pulls to clear than like turn 1 or 2. That's another good one. Which of course also leads to the point that just because we spent a huge amount of time progging on the earlier mechanics, supposedly those are the hardest mechanics. And there are specific like peaks and spikes in difficulty throughout the fight. And as long as we're moving, then we will eventually win. Consider Honeybee, you can do 16% during Rotten Heart. Did we not do like 17% tonight? During Rotten Heart? And we killed her as the last pair was resolved? Or was she lower before we entered that part?
I used to know the damage threshold we did during Rotten Heart. But it doesn't matter anymore because we outgear her.
Yes. Johnny says, if she's below 50% when you phase transition, she is in kill range. I do believe that every time she has been below 50% before we phase transition.
Yeah.
So that's a good sign then. Thank you.
And on our 32% pull, we had like 3 minutes of the fight left. And I think our opener almost deals 10% to her. So that might have still been kill range, but it could have been close.
The Yannick says, also, huge time in Prog is very subjective. I know a dude that was stuck on Kill Party for more than 2 weeks, raiding every day. And the dude was actually decent, just party finder shenanigans. And yes, that is also part of the reason why I'm not a big fan of going in party finder, is exactly because...
Inconsistency.
Yes. There's also the part that we save a ton of time on our... like, on everything, because we just, like, zone in, put down the markers, ready, check, go. Because we all know what the strategy is. You could say, yeah, well, in Party Finder, you also kind of already know that, but, you know, clarifying questions, and maybe you have a wipe because someone misunderstood.
Honeybee was at 10% when she finished the Rotten Heart cast.
Irene says, that reminds me when we got to M4S and he did second doping and like 42%. It felt like that would be close, but in the end, it was fine. Oh yeah. And that, I suppose, is a good point, Cole, that the bigger problem is surviving Sword Quiver. But then again, just out of curiosity, like, I know like that's not exactly something we should plan for, but isn't Sword Quiver something that people are skipping?
It's the last 30 seconds of a fight, so I don't think we should plan around that.
People aim to skip sunrise. Well, okay, I'm just saying that given that we are all almost like we're getting to the point where there's like 2 weeks left before we all have every upgrade we can get from M4S. Which means that aside from weapons, we would all be full best in slot. So it should be possible to skip Sword Quiver. Or at least part of it. Which means we might not have to worry about surviving the whole thing. That, as I said, that is not exactly a smart way to plan. Because we would like to have as much time to work with as possible on the potential kill. But yeah, like, I think it's fair to expect that we'll probably see Sunrise. I'm also imagining that the teams that aim to skip Sunrise use melee LB3 instead of tank LB3.
Oh yeah, about that LB. Am I seeing it correctly that the 2-minute burst gets saved for after the knockback?
I have been noticing that from certain people, yeah.
That does look like that happens. When... I kind of get lost in the source a bit there. When should the 2-minute burst come up?
It's about, like, I believe around
15 seconds before the launch.
Yeah.
About precisely 15 seconds before the launch. I just barely don't get to finish it if I start my burst before.
Ah, okay, then I see the problem. Because if I don't use Infuriates and stuff, then it only takes me like 12.5 seconds to spend in a release. It's like... I can make it work with 15 seconds. I could make that work.
Personally, I would prefer if the burst is before the launch, so I don't have to tank LB during burst.
Ah, yeah. And yeah, exactly, Coltrus. Holding inner release for all that time just means that I lose an inner release. Cole says, Ham, this might be very helpful for you. Because this applies to that what you just said. Paladins have to first GCD fight or flight on pull. Look at the top paladin logs. That tracks. If you can keep your GCD spinning the entire time and use fight or flight on cooldown, then you said that you just barely can't finish your fight or flight. Doing this
that
would
would
mean
check out.
that you would be able to make it.
Yeah, but if the party decides that we burst after the launch, I think it would be better to not do that.
That's
So
it. Like,
that
it was
my
just a
burst
tip.
stays aligned.
It's just a suggestion. It's the same as like I do a tomahawk pull on all the 3 prior bosses, but specifically M3S, it is recommended to phase pull, at least as warrior. And I see why, because it's pretty consistent that I'm like 1 GCD short for the thing that I want to do, and that would be the reason, right, in the opener. Exactly, Cole says you can't really afford to delay burst in rages like 13:30, I think. You lose an entire 1 minute. Yeah, it might be better to just burst on time. This one goes out to anyone who's holding their cooldowns for after the knock. We get like 15 seconds of it. That's like most of it. And that's still better than like holding it for 30 seconds, because if you do, then you might lose the burst anyway. Kieran says, I'm not sure if Viper can really do much of an alternative opener. Nope. You can't.
Try.
I think the only thing you can really do is, like, I mean, if you use Serpent's Ire on cooldown, you might want to spend that reawaken before the knock. And then after we sploot over on the other platform, see how quickly you can set up so you're ready to, like, act with whatever you have left. But then again, like, that's the burst. But you also have the advantage that Viper's reawaken takes, like, 11 seconds? So you can fit it in that burst window. Yeah, that is something to consider.
Yeah, I've noticed that as well, Dingle. It makes me sad.
But yeah, we got further, and it sounds like we're on the right track. The problem is that by design, Viper's kind of stuck. I don't think there is an alternative opener that gets things like moving better than Swift Skid Sting, Vice Winder combo into Reawaken.
No.
I'm pretty sure that's the best you can do.
You would also lose your second thingy if you reawaken earlier. It's pretty much impossible to shorten that opener further, I think.
Yeah, if you try to reawaken after Swift Skins, then you don't have the damage buff, and then that kind of like no point.
Yeah. The opener is already a speedrun of a setup. Like the same samurai can't really speed up their opener, right?
Cursed Gunbreaker rotation. Do you fix that by going Keen Edge No Mercy? Would that fix it?
Well, that sounds cursed.
Because I don't think you really have other options outside of getting really creative.
Repull no mercy.
Pre-pot, face pull, keen edge, no mercy, plus bloodfest, start burst. Yep, that sounds about like that was what I would have expected. Like, if inner release took longer to like resolve, then that one would also have made better sense to like maybe go faster, but then you lose a lot of damage.
So what does Dark do? Do you get your living shadow completely does Esteem get all attacks off before the burst? Before the knockback?
It's quite weird because Esteem you usually summon like on pull because it takes like he like takes 30 years like what are we doing? Oh right, attack something. Always the same with you. Right, let's see here. Shadow Stride. No wait, Abyssal Drain. Shadow Stride.
Like, does Esteem, even if you use him on time, always even get all the attacks off before the knockback?
I wouldn't assume so.
That sounds
maybe.
just cursed.
See, then at 6 minutes you intentionally drift to first GZD Sonic Break under No Mercy so you can get maximum dot ticks. Is she invulnerable during the knock?
No, the debuffs and dots get reset after the knockback.
Oh, that explains a
that's
lot.
why. That's why I said to, was it that said it? Dingo? That I always get sad. Like, oh yeah, Higambana during burst. Then the knockback, like, where's Higambana?
Oh, it would be a real shame to be a job that relies on applying a debuff to the boss. Right, guys?
Reaper issue.
Bard issue. Samurai issue. Healer issue.
Well, I think it's mostly a Bard issue. I can
Yeah, especially the Bard
understand
issue,
why,
yes.
especially a Bard, would want to delay the burst.
Yeah, that's a
It's
big
just
oof.
cruel.
But on the other hand, it like delaying it completely messes with your song alignment.
Oh yeah. Wait a second, the knockback makes her invulnerable for about like 10 seconds. I think he would still get most of your burst inside Wanderers. If you keep your songs up.
Yeah, Nick says, I mean, as a Reaper, I don't feel bad there. I can recast my big ranged attack. Oh yeah, the amount of time it takes her to actually come over after she knocks means that you can use that you can use Soul Sow. I know, Ariel, that's kind of what we're talking about, is that it might be better to use your cooldowns before, even though you can't do everything. Simply because holding it might not be, ultimately it might mean that you're choosing between, would you like 15 seconds of a burst and all of your other bursts? Or, like, if you delay it, maybe it just means that, like, the last burst you would get in the fight, you just don't get that one. Because you pushed it. Hypothetically.
To be fair, considering the fight ends on 13 minutes and 30 seconds, it's the 1 minute bursts that you miss if you delay.
That's
so
true.
It's more like a tank issue.
I suppose that's true.
The problem is if everyone delays their burst and the tanks don't, then the tanks misalign their burst by 30 seconds.
The Cole says, if you're not sure what to do, looking at logs from the top 100 on the leaderboards and seeing what other people do is always going to have a good answer. That's true. What they're doing is probably a good choice. And see, that's the thing. I don't know what's best for everyone else in the group. Like, as I said, I just went, oh man, only 15 seconds. That sounds like that must suck. Anyway, I'll be over here with my 12-second burst. Like, for me specifically, it hardly matters. Like, I specifically can do it. And there's also the part that we're not like that focused on maximizing damage yet, but it might help. Like try that. So you don't get like stuck in one strategy and then it turns out that's actually a really bad idea. Or something like that. Anyway. In that case, based on today's stream performance, I think we finally figured out what the problem is with the frames. Because this entire stream has been done through a VPN.
Don't jinx it.
I don't think... I actually think it's real. It looks real to me.
Don't.
Well, now it would be weird if I don't elaborate. Through a VPN to Germany. To redirect where YouTube receives me from. So the guess is that... Thank you, Nozereld. The guess is that there is something wrong with whatever server or whatever it is that catches either Denmark or me specifically. I don't even know. But it does seem to be looking better. So hopefully I didn't jinx it by saying it now. And hopefully that means that we're done with having massive frame drop issues on stream. But yeah, aside from that, yeah, well, yes, and guten Tag. Aside from that, I think we did really well. There's a possibility that we'll get it down soon. But I think this is also a good time to round up the stream. So I guess I'll mute for a little bit on Discord, so I can do that. I'll be right back. So, if you enjoyed this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it here on YouTube. That tells the algorithm this was an enjoyable stream and you'd like other people to enjoy it as well. So, thank you so much for the support. And if you'd like to be part of the Discord community server, there's a link there. And there you'll also find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is happening on a given week. I usually update it Sunday or Monday, so that would be tomorrow. You can also find the announcement room where you'll see links to streams and videos when they come out. And if you grab the reminder role in the role assignments room, you will get a notification when I do post a video or a stream, so you can catch them right when they go live. And you also get an extra notification around 15 minutes before stream starts, so you can catch it specifically on time. And if you'd like to support the channel even more directly, you can choose to become a member of the channel, you can gift memberships, you can use the super chat, or there's also a Ko-fi link in the description if you'd rather use that kind of support style. All of it supports me and the channel directly, so I can focus on doing stuff like this for all of you to enjoy. So thank you so much for the support. But I think that'll be that from me tonight. So, good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. Bye bye!